We've shipped 47 versions of Aspire. There's lots of stuff to catch people up on.
Let's do some fun stuff.
And now we can do Python, JavaScript, Go, Rust, and it will all look the same and it will all be consistent.
Come and embrace the chaos.
Yep. We're already off to a start today.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Okay, quickly. Marshall, it's not just me. Apparently, Damien also had StreamYard just blocked by Defender.
Oh, no.
So Microsoft Defender must have pushed a policy update because it's decided StreamYard, which is how we stream to all of you lovely people. It's decided this is an unsafe website. Separately, Damien, my Pi-hole was blocking all of the requests to StreamYard.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah. So my husband Nick, former guest briefly, set up a Pi-hole last weekend, and it's apparently broken everything.
Yeah, it'll take you about a year before you fully bed the Pi-hole down and everything works. Like, I still have to go and stop blocking occasionally if I'm trying to do certain things.
I'm so angry.
I noticed that with my router too. Like I was telling Maddie earlier, my router, the Eero mesh like routers have built-in ad blocking, but sometimes websites just like refuse to load.
Yep.
So I have to go in there and tweak it.
It's so funny. My biggest issue so far is I haven't been able to watch ads to get bonuses in my mobile games. Which as a crippling mobile game addict, in the middle of the night when I'm lying in bed with my phone up to my face, like that's been very difficult for me. But Alex, hi Alex. At least it broke today rather than AspireConf on Monday. AspireConf is Monday. Worse.
I'm so excited.
I'm gonna be in Seattle in the studio and we're running the show ourselves. None of us are going to be in our setups. It's going to be a disaster. I'm so excited. But, yeah, Marshall, please introduce yourselves. Damien, we have a good content for you to roast today. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was preparing for a roast. I should have. I would have done it.
Well, it's pretty normal, but we'll see what you think for sure. So yeah, like my name's Marshall. I've been in this software industry for probably around 6 years or so. I graduated from at the University of Memphis, which is just like down the road from where I am now. And worked at a few companies, like one just local to like around the Memphis area. And then now I work at FedEx and I've been there for about 4 years. I just had my 4-year anniversary, like on the day I got promoted recently.
Oh, congratulations.
So that was exciting. Yeah. And I'm trying to AspiriFy some stuff on my new team that I joined. So, yep. That's why we're here.
Very nice.
And Marshall also is the main contributor of the Java Community Toolkit integration. So we had like an original one, and Marshall has been the one who's been like, it doesn't really do what I need it to do, and kind of led the charge on, making it happen. And it just got merged last week, 2 weeks ago.
I think it was 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if it's released. I'm pretty sure it is though. I know it's merged to main, but I don't know if there's like a NuGet packet. I think there might be.
There probably is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely a preview one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was testing with. I just downloaded the PR artifacts and just like plugged it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I did the Dogfooding as well, or Copilot really did the Dogfooding script for me for that toolkit. So
it's so good. Yeah, we this week we were actually kind enough to say to Aaron, like, all right, Aaron, what can we do to make sure we don't screw you over with the Community Toolkit when we release 13 on Monday? And then he was kind of like, there's a lot. And we were like, okay, have fun with that. See you later. I also found out that I didn't follow him on Twitter, which is crazy because I've known him for years and years and years.
Yeah.
But I took a few years off of Twitter and I'm only back now because that's where all like the VS Code stands are. And I'm like trying to be whatever, an influencer.
Yeah.
And
I'm basically like off all social media now. Like I think I have a Blue Sky.
You do. I tagged you in it, and then I was like, I don't think he uses.
But I didn't even notice. I was like, I had the app on my phone, but I was like, I got a notification from Blue Sky. What is this? And I was like, what? Maddie, the Aspire stream like tagged me. Like, oh, all right.
So fancy.
How did you know it was like a real account? Like if you
it had the same picture as your Discord, so I was like, that's got to be him. And if it's not, such as
that is true. I use the same picture like everywhere.
Yeah. So you're in Central Time. So you're in the middle of the country somewhere.
Yeah, I'm in Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah, just North Mississippi.
Cool. We're repping. We got east, west, and middle today.
I don't know where that is.
US.
I'll go to Google Maps and learn where
You
Mississippi.
don't know where Mississippi is?
Why would I know where Mississippi is?
MISSISSI.
You don't
right,
understand
below
how
Tennessee.
big America is compared to like everywhere else in the world. Like,
It is
I
huge.
come from Australia. People live in a
We've
tiny
been
sliver
here for
on
20
one
years.
corner, right? Like Australia as a landmass might be the same size roughly, but there's like people live here, so I know those places. Like you come to America, it's like there's 50 states. I can name maybe half of them if I'm lucky.
You've not only have you been here for like all of the 2000s.
So no,
But-
not all the 2000s. 2010, I arrived. I'll
Oh.
have you know. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's later than I thought.
Yeah.
But more importantly, you've traveled all over.
No, not really. No,
I mean,
I've
you've
done-
flown over Mississippi. I can tell you that
I've
for a fact.
probably flown over. I've actually only been to the East Coast like 3 times ever. So like it's like not. I'm not as well traveled in the US at all compared to like other parts of the world. So I'm not a traveler, Maddie. Like we don't do like Americans love cars and driving long. We don't do that.
No, but,
And
like,
then
for
it's, flying, and then
conferences.
I don't like who likes flying with kids. Like that's terrible. So
Yeah,
like
that's terrible.
you know we don't do a lot of that stuff.
Well, you're not missing much in Mississippi, to be honest with you. There's not much
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Now Memphis is nice. Like we got a giant pyramid. That's a Bass Pro Shop. So there's that.
Wait, we should
Surely
make an
you've seen it,
Aspire
right?
shirt of the Bass Pro Shop pyramid.
We went to New Orleans last year.
Okay.
Like we've done a few of the big, San Diego, San Francisco. I did go to Austin with Fowler for a talk once, and I did. Oh gosh, I don't even know. I went to Florida. I don't even remember what city in Florida.
You were in Orlando
You're a
for a
dickhead.
conference, but
What's that?
you went to
Orlando.
Orlando.
Yeah, I went to Orlando for a conference at one point, and so and I've been to DC as a tourist and New York as a tourist. But that's
We haven't
You've
been
been
to
to more
Boston.
places
Just
than I
maybe.
have.
huh?
You've been to more places than I have.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, like I've been in Mississippi basically my entire life, and like just went down the road to Memphis for college, and then work in Memphis. Like I've visited like other states for vacations and stuff, like California once for some Google thing in college.
Nice.
But I've never lived anywhere else besides Mississippi and Tennessee. So
I'm looking now. I'm getting situated.
Yeah.
So like I understand now. I didn't know that Mississippi had a coast. So there you go.
oh yeah, yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm nowhere near that, by the way. I'm way at the top.
Oh, you're closer to like Memphis up that way.
Yeah.
Down
like
the road. Yeah.
10 minutes. Yeah, like 10 minutes away. Not even probably 10 minutes.
Awesome.
It's a nice
Very
area.
cool.
That's so funny. You see, Massachusetts is the other state that's really hard to spell besides Mississippi. But Mississippi has the really fun little MISS, ISS, IPPI. And so I could always spell Mississippi. I could never spell Massachusetts, even though I lived here. And
Well,
so-
I always failed those geography exams where like the tests where you like pick the states. I could never do it.
Nah, dude. I had that
Like,
unlocked.
from like the shape or from the
Yeah, like they give you a blank US map and say write the states in it.
My son
Yeah.
can do that stuff. Like he had like the jigsaw puzzle growing up. So like he put it and he
I
can
had-
like name them all and he can show him the thing. He does geoguessing and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I grew up in a country with 7 states. So that's my brain is wired to remember about 7 states.
So this is a silly
Remembering
question.
50 is beyond my capability.
So question, how big is Australia compared to like Texas?
Like
Bigger, right?
landmass wise,
Yeah, it's way
Australia's
bigger.
about the size of the US.
So
Landmass
it's huge. It's just
It's
the way that they have
enormous.
big states.
It's enormous. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And a lot of spiders.
Oh, yeah. I've seen the spiders.
Spiders, snakes.
Okay, last story before we actually start the stream. So
Yeah.
sorry, but it just triggered me because I was driving home. It was pouring rain the other night, and I texted Fowler and Damien, and I was like, "You guys almost just lost your PM. Like it was almost the end for me because in my car, a giant moth, which I determined was a moth the next day. In the night, I did not know it was a moth. I thought it was
Okay.
for sure a hornet. I thought it was going to
No,
sting
no.
me. Starts flying around my driver's purview and like smashing into the windshield.
That's not fun.
And I'm driving my thank you. I mean that nope is correct. And I'm driving my Tesla. And I'm like, this bug is gonna fly at me and I'm gonna swerve and I'm gonna hit a car because I'm gonna freak out, I'm gonna die. So I put it on autopilot, but it's torrentially downpouring. So I roll the windows open, thinking the bug will fly out into the rain. I don't know why I thought that. It didn't. And then about 5 feet before a puddle in the middle of this like 3-lane bridge highway, the car was like, yeet, and tried to swerve into
Oh, my.
and I was like, ah! So I'm like sitting there soaking wet, screaming. There's like this bug flying around. I'm 5 minutes from home. I make it home totally fine. The bug like fell asleep somewhere. I woke up the next morning. It was like in the car still, almost dead. And I was like, oh, it was a moth. I almost just yeeted myself off the Tobin Bridge for a moth. But
my sister actually did crash her car because of a spider on the inside of the windshield. So
yes,
yeah.
Wow.
I like to think I'm a brave person, but bugs, man,
Don't mess with me when I'm driving. It's like, come on, like I'm driving, like I'm busy here.
Yeah.
Yes. And all I could think of, like, I had my mouth like this. Because all I could think of was like, what if it flies in my mouth? What if it flies in my mouth?
It's funny.
And so that's why I will only go to Australia to be in a city and well supervised. I will not be in the bush.
Well, I mean, I hate to tell you, but the Sydney funnel web spider is called the Sydney funnel web spider because it lives in Sydney, in the city.
No.
So it's not, you don't have to go to the bush to see all the stuff.
No.
So yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But you know, you don't see them very often. It's fine. As a tourist, the chances of you actually running into any of those things in Australia is so small. Unless you go to like a reptile and wildlife park and do it on purpose.
No.
And then go and enjoy it.
Jurassic Park. All right. So we have a lot of things to do today, including we're going to play Guess That Linux Distro with Damien. So this is very exciting.
I'm ready.
Oh, join in for bingo. I have it left on. I'm not going to moderate today because Fowler's on pseudo vacation. He's flying home. He may or may not join from the airport, but he lost his AirPods, so I don't know if he's going to do that. So I'm not going to moderate. It's just free play on bingo. We also suggestions for bingo for AspiriConf. I need to do that this weekend. So I'm very exciting. And then Marshall, what do you want to do today? Like, you want to just use the thing?
I have a whole list. List. It's not big. Like, let's say there's like 7 items.
Okay.
And 2 of them are kind of like if we have time.
Okay.
So
all right.
it's in the last one is not related to Java at all. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Let's go nuts. Share your thing, and we'll just party. We'll party until we can't. This is how Damien and I are procrastinating doing the AspiriConf keynote prep. So,
well, the real question is, can you see my screen?
I can see a screen. Yes. If you could Control Shift plus that like twice, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
How's that?
Look at that VS Code, baby.
I heard keystrokes. They sounded quite pleasant.
Oh, so I'm not gonna unplug it, but can you see this? This is the Wave 75.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's insanely heavy. Like your
like the Crush is like
something 80?
I got the WebKey Crush, which is like Pro, which is insanely heavy, and I think Maddie got the Rainy.
Yeah.
This one is really nice. Like, it still has like the tri-mode wireless stuff, like Bluetooth wireless with the dongle, and I have it plugged in right now. But it's the nicest keyboard I've ever had. It's great. Not sponsored, by the way.
Yeah.
But
I know,
your recommendation was good.
Paying us.
Do what?
Wobkey needs to start paying us because we've talked about the Rainy and everything like so many times now.
Well, it sounds like everybody bought one too. Like, I think Damon has one, Maddie, you have one, David has one. Like, who else has one?
Yep.
David has one because I bought one. I said, buy this one.
Who's the person doing the like social media that you mentioned that also bought one? The one that's sharing all the AspiriConf stuff.
Oh, Beth?
Yeah, did she buy one?
Maybe. So Beth is a PM on our team, and she has a past life in marketing. And so I was like, can you help us plan this conference?
Yeah.
And she was like, yes. And then she has so many words. She's so good at it. And she like schedules the tweets. And I'm like, you don't just log in and just say like, LOL, tweet tomorrow. So we've been having fun with that. I do think she said she got one though. And then I think Famda, who's in the Discord and built the semantic or the video thing that's crazy, I think he has one. We're gonna get sponsored. It's time. So
all right,
anyway.
Damon, do you know by looking at it what distro this is?
Oh,
it's hard if you're not into the Linux.
I mean, I would only be guessing. It's not Ubuntu. It doesn't look like Fedora. It's not Bazite. and they're the only ones I've actually seen recently. So maybe it's cachy.
No. So this is, and I'm actually trying to figure out how to open the about.
Is it pop?
Yeah. So this is Omarchi.
Oh, it's Amaki. Amaki. Yeah.
I don't know how to say it.
This is DHH's one.
Yeah. It's really, really good, by the way. But I do have an NVIDIA graphics card, so I have all kinds of problems.
Okay. Yeah, we're limited because the internal
64 gigs
Microsoft sort of you control your computer stuff. Is only officially supported on Ubuntu and Red Hat. And so some people like tried like use Arch and just like plow through it and try to get it working and stuff, but it's much harder. So I'm just going to use Ubuntu at work.
Well, thankfully, like Arch Linux works well in WSL. So like at work, we are like basically forced to use Windows, right? Because of the corporate policy stuff. But when I do like development, sometimes I'll do like I'll do it through WSL, and I just have like a bare Arch image. Yeah, it's really nice. Okay, but I'm not opinionated. Like I started with Ubuntu, but whatever works for you, you know.
Yeah, at the end of the day, anything that isn't Windows with Corporate Defender is going to be much faster.
Yeah.
The only reason I want to do it is so I can have a alternate, you know, so I can have an alternate thing to boot into that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Marshals in the chat had that on lock instantly.
So, nice.
Yeah.
I just started using this though, so if you see me using it and I do some weird stuff, it's because I just started using it like a couple months ago. So
I get that.
I don't know all the keybinds yet, but I'm getting there.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. All right. Let's get some Java going.
So I had a plan to start by basically looking at what was the previous Java integration.
Nice.
And so I have this repo that it's on my personal GitHub. It is public.
Hold up. What font are you using in your editor?
I really like this font.
That is not Cascadia code.
This is the default.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, they just updated Insiders like yesterday.
What is it?
What is it? I don't even know. I have to look.
Yeah.
I like it.
It is Droid Sans Mono.
Ooh.
Is it not the default?
No.
I wonder if Marchi customized it or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. They do have like plugins for like themes, which does do VS Code integrations. So then maybe that's what it is. But yeah,
interesting.
I thought it was the default actually.
Huge sidetrack. No, like it's so funny. Like I think most people I assume recognize this, but like even the rendering of the font is so different. Like because Mac, Windows, and Linux, all render fonts differently. And so just looking at this, like everything, even in the sidebar, looks very different to what to what my eye is.
Pretty though. I like the icon pack too.
Yeah, it's a nice icon pack. I use the material one, but that one looks pretty good.
This is VS Code icons, I think.
Okay. I've been trying to get an Aspire logo in there forever, and apparently I didn't put the right margins on it, and now I have to go back into Inkscape, and I just can't.
VS Code icons. That's by the icon. Oh, that's by the VS Code team. Maybe I should try that one. Okay.
It's great. It works great. I use it at work too. Like I pretty much only use VS Code nowadays.
Nice.
I started with like Visual Studio though. When I was working with .NET stuff like a couple years ago. Actually, it's more like probably 4 years ago now. But yeah, VS Code is great. I use it for everything.
Yeah. Were you ever like an IntelliJ like?
Yeah, I used Writer at work. Like I convinced my boss at the time. I was like, Visual Studio is great, but Writer is like better, you know, is what I said back then. So I used Writer. And then of course at work I use IntelliJ, but then I kind of realized that, especially with Aspire, like VS Code is just better right now. And then also with like Copilot, like I swear the Copilot integration updates like every day. Yes. So if I want like latest, greatest AI features, VS Code's the way to go.
Yes. Yeah. You should get the Aspire VS Code extension.
I think I have it. I just took the icon off.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, because
I try and hide everything that I try and hide everything that I don't use.
That's good.
Yeah,
have you seen what it does now as of 2 days ago?
Wait, it does what?
Okay, so run your app. Run your app.
Okay.
You're on the latest, one of the later Aspires, right?
I downloaded the nightly like last night.
Nice.
So I should be on the latest.
Beautiful. Okay. if you do like Control-Shift-P Aspire in there in VS
where?
Code, in just like in VS Code, Control
Bring up the command palette and type Aspire.
Aspire. There should be focus on running app hosts view.
Oh, so I haven't even seen this.
Look at it.
Yeah, I haven't even seen this yet.
It's brand new.
No
It's
one's
brand
seen
new.
it yet.
That icon though, it bothers me that it's the outline. So I've been trying to fix it, but I'm having a hard time.
Oh,
with
the
it.
icon on the sidebar?
Yeah. But anyways, this is totally new. Adam did it, and then Fowler and I were like, stop it. No UI in VS Code. And then he built it, and we were like,
yeah, this is really good. I have not seen this yet. This is really good.
yeah. So it's basically like a baby dashboard. So it's got the link, and then it also will show you the individual resource URLs if you want, which is nice, so that you don't have to open the dashboard. But
yeah.
I'm very excited about this. Anyways, sidebar number 47.
Yeah.
So this is using the old version of the Community Toolkit Java integration. And it's
So
just a Spring app.
Yeah, let me look at the app host.
Yeah.
So this is using like, it's not even 13.2 or 13.1, it's 13. So it's old for sure. And I left it like this on purpose because I have a do what?
It's like November last year.
Yeah, it's quite old. But I want to show it for a reason. And this is really nice too, that you can restart like in the.
Oh, that's new too. The app
stuff.
Wow, that is so good. It shows you how often I use this, right?
I mean, no, that literally got merged last night.
Okay.
So don't worry.
That's awesome though. You can see the logs too. Does it like what is it? Oh, it attaches.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool with the follow. Yeah, the new follow command. Nice.
Yeah,
this is really good.
Actually, Adam tried to merge that last week. I approved the PR because Fowler was out, or 2 weeks ago, and then Fowler said, "Maddie, you're not allowed to approve PRs anymore." And I said, "Why not?" And he said, "Because you keep just approving them." And I said,
"We should just change the." Honestly, like I have this problem too. Like I go into the PRs and say, "I approve this from a product point of view. I'm not reviewing the damn code."
No.
And the problem is our review policy on PRs is that once there's one approval, it can be merged. And I think we should probably go and tweak it so that you and I are not in the code reviewers group, so that we can approve PRs, but doesn't mean they can be merged. Just so it's much clearer. Because
that's probably a good point. I was like, I pulled it, I tried it, I used it. It looks
cool.
Yeah,
it's like I used it, verified it, it's fine, but I'm not looking at the code.
So, anyways, yes, also new. Don't worry, you're not behind. We too are behind.
Yeah. Well, I like that there's so much like velocity right with Aspire right now. Like not that there wasn't before, but just the features that y'all are releasing is just so good.
Good.
And then hopefully the community toolkit that I'm going to show in a second will mesh with the new Aspire, right? That's the goal.
Yes.
But I want to show like how the old one works. Like I said, this is 13, and just like at a high level, like if you scroll down to where the Java stuff is actually doing, like this is just a simple app with like a Postgres database and one Spring Boot application, which is Java. So like this is just standard, right? But then when you look at the Java stuff, this is the old one where you basically say add Java app and you pass this like options object, which comes from the toolkit. And you actually have to say like the path to the jar. So like this is how Java actually runs, is essentially a jar where you would run it in the command line, like Java jar, if I can type like the path to it, right? That's what this is basically pointing to. And this OTel agents path is referencing a jar in the repo. So this is what you actually load in order to get OTel working. And what this actually does on the command line is just basically run like Java agent, and then like we'll attach that agent to the JVM, the Java virtual machine, and then we'll basically just wire up OTel for it to work. Essentially, it's a really standard thing I think with Java, like Dynatrace, or probably like if you look at some of the Azure dashboarding stuff for Java apps, it probably does it through agents like this.
So Java agents is a thing.
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to go in.
And it's like an AI agent?
No, it's like orchestrating your code. So like if, for example, you have like
It's like it seems like it's a bit like the profiling APIs in the CLR in .NET. So you can attach something through a specific API that then gets exposed to hooks that it can use to modify like methods and like intercept call paths and stuff like that. It seems like it's a similar idea.
Okay.
Yeah, if you ever use anything like application dynamics or like anything like Dynatrace or any of those kind of things where you can see like how often is this function called? Like that's this is for.
Yeah, this is very similar to the CLR's profiling hooks, profiler hooks.
Yeah. And then this flag, you can see I actually put a comment in here. This flag is my first contribution to, I think, like anything in Aspire. I added this JVM args flag. Nice. So it was a very simple PR. Like I think Aaron approved it like almost instantly.
Nice.
It was just like add a field to this that's like flags to pass to the JVM. Like you have like two concepts in Java. Like you can do like Java jar, like app.jar, and then these are like application arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can do like -d parameters or just say like some argument equals whatever. But then there's also a concept of JVM arguments which go here, and then you can say like anything. Like for example, the Java agent applies to the JVM, so you would put that here. Because like your application could spawn other processes and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what that is.
Huh.
But you can see it kind of doesn't look like a lot of the other integrations. Like I don't think they have options objects like this typically, right?
Yeah.
And then also in terms of like how this actually gets compiled into this jar is a little finicky, like with the current one. Like if you notice, like this is actually referencing like the version of the app, which comes from this POM XML.
Okay.
And by default, Spring Boot, when you build, it will actually use the version in the name of the jar. So you can imagine, like if I bump this, I now also have to change the app host.
Breaking, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that's really annoying. And there are ways around it. Like you can change the POM XML to have like there's a field under properties. I think it's called like final name, where you can say like this final name is, I don't know, like just app or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean it's not a huge deal, but it's just one of those things that's like if I change the version now, I also have to change something else that's not technically related, right? And then the actual like jar goes into this repo here or this folder here. But if I go back to the app host, the other thing that was like a big push for me to make the PR change was it only supports Maven. So Maven, for those that don't know, is essentially a build tool, and I don't think it's just for Java, but it's highly used in the Java world. So like that POM XML that I showed is a Maven concept where you can define like what's your artifact, like what's the structure of it, like what kind of properties do you have, what are your dependencies. So like saying that I want to use Spring Boot, for example, putting it here when I build, Maven will like obviously download it from some central repository and put it in my app and everything. And then of course, like building as well, like there's plugins where you can build like with the Maven compiler, you can have stuff here. So like a lot of this is just copy paste basically. But this is Maven. Now my new team that I mentioned earlier that I joined, they're actually using a different build tool called Gradle.
Yep.
Probably equally or more popular than Maven. I actually don't know which one's more popular. But like my previous team was using Maven, so I was like, I don't care. This works great, right? I just need the JVM args flag. Let me make the simple PR. But then I joined a new team, like I said, when I got promoted, and we only use Gradle. So I was like, well, we can't use Aspire now. And that was really frustrating, right? I wanted to use Aspire, especially because we have like a somewhat complicated app setup. I can't go into it too much, but there's like 18 repositories, I think. And we're doing like a lot of fancy database stuff and like external API calls that I would really love to have. Just the dashboard alone would be great. But even more, like there's other features, obviously, like the MCP, it would help a lot, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this is basically the app host.
Okay.
And then did you have something, Damien? No?
No.
Okay.
All good.
I'm going to close this so I can make this a little bigger. So I don't know if anyone's even seen it. I don't know if it's merged or not yet. But David Nexat, I think, he was working on essentially getting like the Aspire cert to work in Java apps. So right now, like if you do Java, even the new one that I'm going to mention shortly, it does not automatically install the cert into the process, like into the Java app.
Yeah.
So when you do it for the first time, it's just going to say like some kind of random PKC thing. And it's just like hard to trace what it's actually doing. So he's working on this, which you can see I'm actually referencing like his PR build for the SDK. And that's what basically this is. It's going to be slightly different now that they're not actually doing this generation anymore. Like initially what he was going to do was generate like the PKCS 12 certificates in the Aspire SDK. But he let me know like later after doing that they're going to want the Community Toolkit to generate instead. Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, either way. So I'm going to have to make another follow-up PR to do basically what this is doing, which is it's creating just passing basically arguments that Java needs to load the trust store. So you can see it's just basically the path to the certificate as well as the password, and then just the type of the cert. So that's how you do that. And then this other section, like this Java tool options, is all this is going to be in the toolkit integration. But right now you can see it's basically just merging this magic environment variable that Java uses to basically say like any Java process with this environment variable that spawns other Java processes is going to also have these. And so like the open telemetry agent, for example, uses this environment variable to load that. But it's really just if anything spawns another process or whatever, it would inherit this. So yeah, that's pretty much the old one. Now there's pain points, right? Like I mentioned, like this was a pain point. The JVM merge was kind of nice, but not that great. And then now if I go back to the dashboard, how do I is there a button to open the dashboard?
I think if you Control Shift P.
Open.
No, we should add that now that we have the extension. Good idea. File the bug.
Yeah, I don't see it. Focus on running app host view.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, there's the
run.
Yeah.
But we should just add it to the Control Shift P because that.
Yeah, as a command.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Filing it. Found a bug in Aspire. Where's my bingo board?
And another pain point. So looking at the dashboard, I'm gonna move this code for a second. Like looking at the dashboard, you can see like the Postgres resource, right, with the database. But there's no like child Maven build section, for example. So if you go back and look at the logs, like it says it's from the Spring app, and it says like building Maven, and like here are the logs for the Maven project. Oop, let me do Spring app. So like all of these like info logs are not from my app; they're from the build of Maven. Yeah, and it doesn't show up as like an actual resource, right? Like I can't run the compilation again without restarting the Aspire dashboard. Like if I stop this and run it again, it will rerun Maven. But I can't just rerun Maven, for example. I don't know if you want to, but you could, right? With like npm, I think you can like run npm install again.
Yeah, that works better on systems that are interpretive, though. I'm not sure how well it works on something like the build is going to try and produce a new jar in this case, but the app's already loaded it and probably has it locked.
Yeah,
if it works really like Emmett's build, it won't work.
Yeah, it wouldn't update. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But really, the only reason this works, like this is a really simple app. Like I said, like if I just click on the link, all this does is basically just query that database for this record. There's not really any actual code here. It's just a very simple demo, like I said. But yeah, there's a little bit of magic that is not shown here. Like the Maven build was one, for example. And then the second thing is like there's that extra step of like I actually have to install the Aspire certificate manually into Java's key store, which like even if I go back here, like to the code, and let me move this again. Like even with this code, it would work, right? So that's why it works now. But before David made his change, you actually have to run a command like that. You have to figure out what it is, right? Like Java has a executable that comes with Java called key tool, I think. And let me just actually search for key tool. I might be able to find it.
Oh, I like that. Whatever that search was in your terminal.
Yeah, this is like some recursive search thing.
Whoa.
I might not be able to find it. That's not it. There's a lot of logs in here.
It's true.
Yeah, so I don't know, but it's basically something like key tool, like import CA, like Rust CA certs, something. But obviously, if I regenerate the certificate, I have to like rerun this or update.net or anything like that, right? I have to do this again. And it's not something that you would know about, right? You'd have to go, you run the app post and see that there's errors in the logs that says like none of the OpenTelemetry would work, for example, because it uses HTTPS, right, by default. Yep. So you'd have to just like see a bunch of errors in the logs and be like, what? And have to fix it, right? So yeah, that's the old one. Do y'all want to see anything else in particular or have questions about Maven or want to look at that at all or anything? So
Maven, so someone had asked, I think Johan had asked earlier in the chat, like Maven is kind of like NPM where it's a package manager, but it also does a bunch of other stuff, right?
Yeah, it's I don't know what they actually call it like on their like website or anything, but I call it, it's similar to NPM. Like you define, for example, like NPM has a package JSON, right? That you put your version and your package name and like all your dependencies, and then there's commands like npm install or like npm build that you can have. So Maven's very similar. It's just a build tool, but it also can like download dependencies, and you can like, for example, like to actually compile this project, I would run these scripts in the repo. So like there's this concept of a wrapper script, which are actually like in the repo, and I would run like Maven compile, for example, would compile the code. If I want to build the jar, I would run like Maven package. And Gradle's similar, right? With Gradle, you would run like Gradle build, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
So it's very similar to NPM though, for sure.
Okay. All right. Yep. Let's update it. Let's Gradle it up.
Yeah. So I'm gonna move, I think. Let's see. I'm trying to think of how to do this actually. Let me think. I think I need to go to the Community Toolkit now and look at the example. Let's just do it the simple way, because I think I put one in there that was updated, and then we'll update the app in a second too. So in the Community Toolkit repo, like I'm just in main because this was merged. If you look at the like, for example, like the app post here. So this is sort of the new version, right? I didn't even show containers, so I'm going to just skip this for a second.
Yeah.
But if you look at like how to add a Java app now with a Maven build, you essentially say like add Java app, right, with the working directory. So this kind of matches the other integrations, right? You just add npm app or add vdap or whatever, right? Add Java app, and then when you find the actual thing that runs the app, before what it was doing was it was running Maven package by default, which actually builds the jar, and you then run Java on that jar. Well, Maven and both Gradle have a way to run the app themselves.
Right.
Like, so for example, like Spring Boot, they have what's called a Maven goal, where you say like Maven, like you would run basically Maven like Spring Boot run, and this would actually like compile the app as well as run it into that same command. It's like the output would be both from Maven as well as the app.
Very similar to what .NET Run does behind the scenes.
Exactly. And I actually asked, I think I put it in the Discord at one point, and I was like, I'm really struggling trying to get this version thing handled. You know how I mentioned like in the previous integration, the version was really annoying. Well, I asked in the Discord, like, how do I handle this basically? And I think Fowler like instantly replied back and was like, do something similar to .NET Run, like, just like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And I was like, I had literally never thought about that. Like, that is really smart to do. Like, I don't know why I didn't think about that, right? So, and it was like late at night. I think it was like 10 or 11:30 or something.
All things can be solved with another layer of abstraction.
True. But yeah, so you just do Spring Boot run, and then instead of having like just the path to the folder that it was in, like if I open these kind of side by side again, let me go back to the demo project. It's like back on the app host here, and I'll make it bigger. Like the hotel agent path was actually referencing a folder instead of like the actual path to the file. So there was a little bit of magic on. Oh, Fowler's here. What's up, Fowler?
A wild Fowler appears.
He's in the chat.
He is.
He just felt his name be said and decided to pop up.
Felt the disturbance in the Aspire force.
He's what?
Making a
He
lame.
felt the disturbance in the force.
Yeah, the hotel agent path and like the current integration was the folder path. So there's a little bit of magic, right? Like you actually have to call it specifically this magic name. Otherwise, like it won't work, right? And I think it wasn't really a big problem for us, but I know some people like having like the version in the name because you have to download it manually, right? And so like that you just couldn't do that. Like it was actually kind of hard coded into the code. Like it only references the folder. Yep. But on the new one here, you can see I'm referencing the full
to the actual jar.
Exactly, and it's relative to the working directory of the app.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Or no, it's relative to the working directory of the app host. Sorry.
Of the app host. Okay, I was going to say everything else in the app host is typically relative to the app host. So
yeah,
it's relative to the app host. I think.
Yeah.
I'm curious though. I need to probably check that.
It looks like it is. Like you're going up 3, then back down into 8. That's up to the root of the repo, right?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, because it's they put it under.
Makes me wonder whether we should support a feature like a token replacement in our paths, like have some predefined tokens for things like repo root, so that and then we would find the get repo root at runtime and just supplant it in there, and then that way you wouldn't have to do this type of stuff if you just want to load stuff that's relative to the repo root. Obviously, if you ran it outside the context of a repo root, it would throw, and that's fine. But like,
right,
this type of path traversal stuff is always so brittle. It's like super annoying. So anything we can do to make it a little easier for things that are common. It seems like loading stuff or pointing to stuff that's relative to the repo root rather than the app host seems like that would be pretty common. Like as we expand to support more stuff, so maybe that's a feature we should add.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I like that.
Well, and I was always curious about like the paths. Like I don't think I even still know, but like this path, right? Like whenever I see // like this, I'm like, does this work for Windows?
We just normalize it. We just normalize it under the covers. Yeah. So we just take whatever you did and then we normalize it to match the current operating system. Now, that can get, which is what MS Build does too. But like, technically, there are still edge cases. Like, what if? Because I can use a / in a file or a folder name on Linux. So, like, how do you normalize in that case? But like, it basically works 99% of the time. That's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is much cleaner. Like, I think having it match the actual like sort of Aspire model, right, where you can define just the with methods and as well as just having like just a chainable setup. So now if I run this, like let me go under that examples folder, the app host, just open this in the terminal, and I'm just gonna say Aspire run and hope it works because I have not tried this in a while, especially since I updated the to the daily.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah. So there's a new settings file too.
New settings file.
So
Okay.
most of you, like, it won't actually affect you. Like, it was very easy for me to migrate. I literally just deleted the old ones. But what we did was we consolidated .aspire/settings.json, which is where we were keeping the app host root and CLI settings, and then apphost.run.json, which if you're doing the single file app host had all of the OTel and dashboard environment variables. And then whatever else, we just made aspire.config.json, and we're just sticking it in the root now. So I am doing my part to combat file sprawl, which is a real serious issue.
But you know, part of going polyglot is like just embracing, oh, now you need 17 files because there's 17 different subsystems. No, I'm just joking. This is kind of the reality of the world. But I think it's okay to accept that if you use a tool chain like Aspire, there's going to be a config file for Aspire. Like, of course there's going to be a config
but
file.
one nice.
You have your code file, which is the app host, and then you have a config file and a config system. And that seems reasonable.
Yeah. So you might notice something different now in the dashboard where, like, instead of it saying like Java, right, it actually is referencing Maven's wrapper to run the app with that command, which the command is not like hard coded, right? It's actually in like the client, the person in the app host has to say, this is the thing I want to run, because it's different for every project, right?
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's similar to our NPM support.
Right. But really what it does is like it runs this script in the repo of the application. So this is just a Maven concept. Like if I, for example, go start a new Spring Boot app, typically what I do is go to this website. If you're familiar with Spring Boot, this is basically what they always want you to. But when you go to basically generate a new project, you just say like, I want to use Maven, Spring Boot, whatever version. But when you go and actually like look at what it's doing, it's going to give you these two scripts. There's like a bash script as well as like a Windows command file. And so you have to kind of have these in your code, which is why it's running like the full path to that, because they can actually vary. Like you could have technically one application that uses one version of the Maven wrapper, but another one uses another, right? So you have to do it per project effectively. And I did support moving it as well. Like in the app host, like you by default, I'm not providing it at all. Like you just say like with Maven goal and it figures it out from the this is the one that's relative to the project. That's why I got confused. But if you look at the code, I think somewhere in here, I allow you to specify. I'm trying to remember where I did this. Oh, I think it was another method.
Oh, another overload or a different method?
Yeah, it was with wrapper path. I can't remember what I called it. It says with wrapper path. And then you basically just provide the path to the script. So like if I did this, for example, this would be like what Copilot suggested. This would be correct. Yeah. And then I think I did with wrapper path, if I remember correctly, because you could also do it on Gradle, but you can't really use both. Like I didn't want like a with Maven wrapper path and a with Gradle wrapper path,
right?
Because it just gets confusing. So yeah, that's just another thing I wanted to support, I guess. But by default, it looks at it relative to the working directory of that.
Yeah, I think we have some cases like that as well. And most of the time, the Aspire.hosting stuff is relevant to the app host, but I do think we have some resource-specific things where the specific extension method resolves the path relative to what the natural path for the resource is, which kind of makes sense here as well. I think it's just important to make sure that your documentation makes it clear. Like, make sure that parameter is documented and says that this path is relative to this other path, right?
For sure. I actually don't know what I said on here.
Right. Because I saw your code and the one that you just point to. Does it say that if it's relative?
Oh, so I got to add it back. So like with
just good practice to make sure it's documented.
Yeah. So this is what it says. So it doesn't say it's relative, I don't think, to the project.
Okay.
Yeah, so
it's tricky. Like even thinking about this thing I suggested before with regards to what if we had a token, a way to get the repo root inside the string, that would then rely on every extension to Aspire, every integration that takes a path would have to call through to some helper we expose in order to like interpret that, but a bit like reference expression. Like you could imagine a concept of a path expression or a path something. So we could build a system like that, but then everyone has to use it. And if they don't, then some method you put the string in is not going to work. And so that's, you know, in .NET, typically that's why you would use strong types for those things rather than trying to tunnel everything through a string because of those types of issues, because then you're always it's explicitly clear, oh, I want this to be a path thing. So I don't know. It's, you know, 6 of one, half dozen the other.
No, I mean, I agree. And honestly, in some of my projects, I don't think I did it in this example, but in some of them, instead of actually having it like a string, it is going to be a string, but what I'll do is like say like path combine and then use the builder like on the post directory, like manually, and then do whatever. But sometimes this is nice. Yeah. I really like having this. But I don't know. I mean, obviously you can't use like executable app here, right?
No.
Yeah.
So maybe the first step for us is just to add a repo directory to builder, which can be null, right?
Yeah, because you could do something like this, right? Like I could declare it here and then say now, right, executable app.
Yep.
So like that would be nice if there was that field there I could use for sure. So yeah, that's basically it. The last thing I think I didn't mention on the old integration was it actually hard coded the environment variable that the port is specified as to server_port. And you could not customize it. Like you couldn't say like environment blah is the port, right? You'd actually have to figure it out sort of manually. So obviously like we can use with HTTP endpoint to specify whatever environment variable we want. Yeah. So I left it server port, which is what Spring Boot uses by default. But you could do port, or you could do like app port, or obviously anything you want, right? Because this is just using the regular with HTTP endpoint.
Yep.
So I think now that I've kind of explained how this works, I think we can go update that Spring demo to use this.
Yeah.
But does it mesh with like Aspire's model? Like obviously it was merged, so I guess it's not too late to fix it though. If there's anything we should change here.
Oh, absolutely. Like I mean, there's. It's not. I think a lot. There's always going to be cases where things are open to interpretation,
right?
Based on the target ecosystem or build chain you're trying to integrate. Obviously, Aspire has its patterns, and as long as it meshes with how things work in the rest of the app post, I think the big ones are things like with reference. Like we have some really established patterns. It's like if you want, and we kind of took a bet on things like endpoints and references, where references are overloaded. So if I reference resource B from resource A, what that means, it depends on what resource B is and what resource A is, right? And so we've continued that all the way through. And so with any new resource type, it's usually a discussion to have, which is like, okay, well, what does with reference to this or from this mean in the context of other things? Yeah. We have some established ones like, you know, connection strings and endpoints and other stuff, but there are custom resources that with reference means something completely different, right? And it might ultimately all resolve down to just setting some environment variables, which is what any of those things ultimately do.
Right.
But you still need to kind of logically define what that is. But beyond that, like, yeah, as long as this kind of looks similar to what it means to add a C# project or a JavaScript project, app, then I think it's all goodness.
Yeah. Well, and I was actually like, before I go back onto the app, you just reminded me of something I wanted to show. Like the code before was before I think y'all had a concept of executable resources in the SDK, I think, if I remember correct. I can't remember, but like looking at the code to run Java, they were actually using like the process API.
That's weird. That executable's been there since day 0. So that's
I'm not sure. I have to go look back at it, but I can look at the history probably. But
it may have been that there was a limitation, or when it was authored, it wasn't clear how to achieve something they wanted to achieve by using the executable resource. Like a common one was, how do you modify the arguments you want to pass to your executable in response to other state in the app host lifecycle? And then we sort of established a pattern for that a while back that Fowler shared. So.
Yeah. Well, the code that actually does this, like obviously you can go look at the Community Toolkit to see it, but it's actually pretty simple. There's just like some convenience things. Like obviously, like if you're on Windows, you should use the command or like the batch file that Gradle has. It's very simple stuff. But then like the actual Java app executable resource is like basically nothing.
Yeah.
Like I'm doing just inheriting from the executable resource and then just saying like run Java. So I didn't actually mention this either, but by default it runs Java. So if you just have like, for example, I could have a pre-built jar and just want to run Java without maybe a Gradle. So that's what this is supporting effectively.
Nice.
Yeah. And then this is the old one. I just said like, just don't use this basically.
Yeah, this is very similar to the journey we went on with the JavaScript
yeah.
Resource, where we kind of did it a first way and then we did a complete overhaul to make it extensible like this.
Well, it's really nice that I could point Copilot to examples because this entire PR, I don't think I wrote a single line of code.
Awesome.
I literally opened Copilot terminal and was like, look at this example JavaScript repo and Python integration and just like figure it out. But I did obviously point it in the right direction and customize it heavily. Like it was not one-shotted by any means. I definitely had to like help it for like several days. But it for sure helped me along, like getting it to work. Because there was some stuff like this, for example, like I don't think I knew this existed. Like everything's like annotation based.
Yep.
And I had not looked at this yet. So I had to like figure this out a little bit. But Copilot would help me obviously to do this.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It opens up a completely new way of learning, right? Too. Yeah. Like in the past, you would go and find the doc, which is like, how to build, the fundamentals of Aspire, blah, blah, blah. And you would learn about these primitives. It was like build your first integration, and then you would use that knowledge.
Right.
And now with an agent, like you said, if you can just point it at some samples, you can just ask it any question at any point. And then the progressive disclosure is now controlled by you, the consumer, rather than by the author, right? And so I think there's pros and cons to that, but I think you always have both, right? Like we have those docs, and you're always free to go and just read docs to onboard to things or tutorials or whatnot. But the power of an agent is that you can be exposed to as much or as little as you like by asking questions, right?
Well, and I actually think I learned a workflow that works really well for me now with AI, like doing that, because this is really my probably, especially with Aspire, this is my most complicated PR by far. Like I've done, I think maybe just like 2 or 3 PRs. Like one was like simple on the dashboard, just make a small tweak to the front end. But this JVM marks thing, and like now the actual job integration updating this, Copilot, like I think really struggled initially to figure out like what I wanted. So now I figured out like I really should be doing the planning phase, like for like almost the entire time, like plan. And then when I'm done with the plan, say like, all right, go write the code. I was not doing that before. I was just saying like, fix it, go figure it out.
That's the journey that I think nearly all of us have gone on, is that you go through this mode because we all started out using AI assistants. So you just ask it questions and it gives you answers. And then you kind of bring that way of working over to the coding agent originally. And then you realize after a bit that you're better off, even if you know nothing about the code base, you're better off starting in plan mode and expressing what it is you want to do, and let it figure out the details or ask you questions for clarity. And then realizing that having it write the code is so much cheaper than you having done that manually. It doesn't matter if you throw it all out the first 2, 3, 4 times as part of the learning process. And then once you're familiar with the code base, you can just circumvent that entire part of the process because you know what you want it to do a lot of the time, and you just tell it in plan mode. You drop the right keywords such that the plan always, resolves to what it is that you want to do always, most of the time. So
I definitely have been a big fan of AI, like since I think day one. That the tools have gotten so much better, like you're saying before, especially like I've used GPT 5.4 recently. It's very, very good.
I like it a lot.
My favorite though.
I like GPT. I was using Codex 5.3 and then I've moved to 5.4. I haven't used Opus in weeks, honestly. Opus is still amazing. I don't use Opus anymore. 5.4 is my default. But I have nothing against it other than it.
But people have their preferences. Like I think they really do have, like, these models have personalities. Like I really think they do.
Yes.
Like especially like Opus, I feel like meshes with how I code. I'll like I don't know, like slam out a fix.
And
then later I'll be like, that's actually, yeah, this is not what I wanted. This is messy,
Right.
or this is unreadable. Like, I gotta make it better. And then then I'll like, it's working, but then I'll tweak it or like clean some stuff up, and then ultimately throw out my solution 4 or 5 times and then end up on something else. Right. I feel like Opus kind of, for me at least, does that. It kind of just brute forces something that works, and it's like, no, I don't like that. Let me do it again.
Yep.
But it is very token hungry for sure compared to
And like, you know, the GPT models have the thinking meter that you can use about like how many tokens do you want me to use as part of doing this. But from what I've read, and from like the anecdotes that, you know, that from using it myself and others using it, it does seem very much that the GPT models the Codex models in now 5.4 were very much focused on, no, I want to solve deep, complex problems, rather than like smashing the keyboard. To iterate. And they're just different approaches. They both get there. Like, and sometimes people have found, or they settle into a rhythm where they use Opus for certain aspects of their workflow, and they use Codex/GPT for other aspects of the workflow, depending on the problem at hand, right? And then other people just like, I just use Opus for everything because now I'm comfortable with it, and other people. But the reality is, like, in this space we're in the industry right now, I think getting too settled on any one thing is probably a mistake. Like, you probably want to try and keep an open mind, and be ready to just try a new thing and force yourself to do it like for a day, a week, when something changes, because the stuff just keeps changing all the time.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, I'm really excited about this. Like, they finally have where to go. Yeah, they finally have like where you can tune the level in VS Code.
Yeah. They're doing
I've been using the CLI like exclusively. So like, this is first class in the CLI, but it's great that it's in VS Code now too.
Yeah, I use the CLI like almost like probably 90% of the time, but I thought today it might be easier just to use this.
I mean, we're showing code, right? So it makes sense. Yeah.
Well, we've been having this debate for Monday where we're like, do we just show code that Copilot? That's not helpful. Like, I don't know. Also, Bruno's here. Bruno, who's on, I guess he's on our advocacy team, but like Bruno's like the Java guy. So, plugging the Azure Command Launcher for Java. So, do you guys use, I guess you shouldn't tell us, you don't have to tell us if FedEx uses Azure, but like, do you ever use Azure for stuff, or are you elsewhere?
So, I have not used Azure. I used DigitalOcean for a while because it was like $5 a month.
Yeah, that's what I use for bingo.
Yeah. The most that I used with Azure was I had a couple apps where I needed like user authentication. And so I used like, I think it was, I know it's called Intro ID now, right? Or was it called Intro ID before?
It was Active Directory.
I used Active Directory B2C before, but now it's like Intra External ID.
Yep.
I don't have any apps anymore like that I use at all. Nothing deployed at all is what I mean. I had a website at one point, but it was also on DigitalOcean. But yeah, FedEx, like we actually use probably every cloud provider, like between like Google and like our own like internal like IaaS environment. We use something called Pivotal Cloud Foundry, like that's well known. And we do have people like my team, for example, is using Azure right now for at least one or two of our services, and we're using Azure Container Apps for that.
Yep. Big fan of API.
I am going to have to submit, like, of course, as you can imagine, at a large company, I'm sure Microsoft is similar. Like they kind of own a lot of stuff for you. Like for example, like the deployments, like with GitHub Actions, like we actually can't customize them. So for example, like using Aspire deploy is just like not possible. Like they just don't let you, they don't give you that ability right now. So I'm going to probably have to ask them to let us customize it at some point so that we can actually use Aspire deploy. But I don't know if it supports container apps yet either. Is it just, it's container apps, right? Like only?
Aspire deploy supports container apps and Azure App Service.
Okay.
Basically, it supports anything that you have a integration for. So AWS has their integrations as well. I haven't tried Aspire deploy with that stuff yet, but my understanding is it works. We have Azure Functions as well.
Yeah. Does it support AKS too?
It supports Kubernetes.
Yep.
But it's
preview.
In preview.
preview.
Incomplete. So we support Docker Compose, we support Kubernetes, and eventually we will do a first class AKS built on top of the Kubernetes support.
Okay. I'll have to keep an eye out for that, because I think we would definitely use that, at least with the team I have now.
Yeah.
Because it is, I don't actually think it is container apps. I think it is just AKS. But we build the container in the GitHub Actions and then deploy it or something. Yeah. I haven't looked at our deployment at all, because it's all abstracted away by like our CI/CD folks. They all wrote it for us basically.
Yeah.
All right, y'all ready to AspiriFi the?
AspiriFi. Oh my god, QPup too. Adorable.
Oh yeah, Moose. Can you see him?
Moose.
We adopted him about like 2 years ago, or no, we adopted him 1 year ago, and he's 2 years old now.
Oh.
He's a German Shepherd mix.
He's so cute. My dogs are at daycare today because I could not tolerate them barking at me during the stream. So doggy daycare. They're celebrities. They get a snack. They get snack of the day.
Aw. Moose gets all kinds of treats all the time.
Yeah. At home they get that too. But
right. I just realized I need to go actually check and see if the integration is out there. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm like very positive it is.
Yeah. I think the preview is probably up there. It's just a matter of adding from the right channel.
Right. I feel like it's been released fully.
Yeah. 13.2.1 beta. There you go.
Beta. I think, is this it? The non-beta?
That's the non-beta. I don't know if that has any. Your stuff wouldn't be in that though, right?
I don't know. It's in main.
No, it's probably just in the beta then. Because when did your PR get merged? Like 2 weeks ago?
I'm gonna have to go look.
Yeah. Oh, the polyglot exports are coming in.
Yep.
Crazy.
3 weeks ago.
Okay, so yeah, so it's probably in the beta. I don't think Aaron's rolled a new release.
Okay.
Since early January.
I'll use this one then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you just do Aspire add Java and it asks you what channel, hopefully it asks.
Is it going to ask me because I already have Java here?
Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out.
I bet Aspire update would work too.
Actually, Aspire update would probably be the move, but you're on a PR build of the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was because I was testing David's like PKCS 12 cert thing that doesn't actually exist anymore. So I'm gonna have to take that out.
You could just Aspire update the whole thing then.
Yeah.
Although luckily you're not on Windows, because any of you who are on Windows, don't update to staging right now. Because it is completely broken. Oh, no. I've just been like watching the teams in the side right now. The app host back channel like doesn't know how to start itself anymore. Like something broke overnight.
Oops.
I thought that was me. Try Aspire update -- channel.
Like this?
Daily? Yeah, space daily. Oh, Alex, I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, cool. So it's 13.3 now?
Yeah. And I guess it's not. Yeah. I guess it's not picking up the Community Toolkit one, but we can do that separately.
I can actually probably take this PR build out of here.
Yeah, you can take the Hive out.
All right, so
yep, hit enter. Yeah, you got it. If we wanted to be like fancy, we would update you to staging, but then you have to set a feature flag to get staging, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
But I don't know why that didn't do Java. So I guess you have to Aspire add again.
Does it update Community Toolkit integrations too?
I think it doesn't. I'm pretty sure we haven't made it work yet. So.
Okay, so I'm just gonna have to go back to.
No, yeah, just do Aspire add, and then if you pick, it should ask you the.
I can actually use VS Code, right?
Oh yeah, you can. Control-P. Nice.
Oh, it just runs the terminal command.
It does, but then it'll pop it up for you
okay.
in the thing. It's very fancy, very VS Code native. Previews purely based on the Azure DevOps feed, which is why it's
cool.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh, it's Community Toolkit Java. Okay.
It is. Yeah. There you go. Based on NuGet config.
Yeah, that's it.
Fancy.
So is there any issue with like this is 13.3, but this is 13.2? Does that matter?
Nope.
I mean, case by case, it can matter, but it shouldn't in this case. In
Yeah.
theory, it's not. It shouldn't, but it just all depends. Like, you can absolutely get broken, like, because if the 13.3 thing is taking a dependency on some new 13.3 thing in hosting, then obviously this, it'll lift it because it'll be dependent on it. But having a jagged tree like that can lead to issues.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and this is what people will see when they do update. Like, I know I have at least probably 3 app hosts that I need to update on my team. But this is the experience we'll see. Like, you'll update, and then you'll basically see that things are deprecated, right? As you can imagine. Like, these are like obsoleted. But I don't know if I tested it. Does it actually work? Like, obviously this I need to just delete.
Here's a random question.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be on the deprecation thing? How do you think it would be feasible to create a code fixer so that you could like control dot on that and have it convert from the old thing to the new thing?
How do you do that?
Yeah, that's a Roslyn. It's like you ask Copilot, make me a code fixer that changes from this to this, and then you sit there for a day debugging it. It may be that it's better just to tell people to use coding agents to do this stuff now, right? Like that's the trade-off these days. And to help that, you may need to just provide like context. So if you had a document that was like how to migrate from the old thing to the new thing, you could feed that to the agent, and it could probably do it for you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I don't know if I actually put anything in the README. I have to look. I did update the docs extensively though, at least in the Community Toolkit repo, like the README here. Yeah. If I just view this, like I basically said, like, obviously, like, this was already there, but like this is how you should run it now. Yeah. And like with like passing additional arguments, for example, I didn't even show this, but I talked about it. Like, just passing additional arguments kind of makes sense. But yeah, I don't know if I talked about like
I think the only thing you could like if you gave this to an agent, maybe having an additional piece which is some examples of like use cases before and then what the equivalent now is. That would be enough to give it context.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. So yeah, let's update this. So I have to use now like with Maven build instead of using the option. So like this, of course, says that, right? Like use add Java app instead of use add Java app with this thing, right? So let me just put that in here. So this is going to be a way you can imagine, right? Add Java app, the name, working directory is going to be the same. So I'm just going to type it just because I want to, and then do this. Yep. And then now, instead of doing this with the application name, all I should be able to do now is just say, I want to do a with Maven goal. And so this is still Spring Boot, so the command is still going to be the same. And I still need the with OTel agents path, but this is now the full path to the file. So this should still work, but I have to do open telemetry. Actually, what is it even called? Open telemetry -Java agent. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Copilot. And then I do have JVM args here. So I can add now this with JVM args call. I think I did an array instead of like the params.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I think that's how we do with args for.
I'm not sure actually. Like with args, does it take params?
I think so. I think it takes a list. It takes an array, right, Damien?
Oh, yeah. Params string array.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Nailed it.
Yeah, so this one is just a string array. I might should change that actually.
Yeah.
Does that make a difference? Like, you can't add an overload, right? That does both.
You can actually.
You can.
And there's new things that I haven't used yet in C# 13. Okay. You can do span-based params and stuff too. But now that we have collection expressions, literals, it kind of changes it changes what how you design those things a bit.
Yep. It's crazy. All right, and then this part as well, like the build. So the previous integration like did support building before, right? But this is what I mentioned, like if you change the version, it's now you got to bump it, right?
Yeah.
But now like you actually don't need the Maven build at all because the Maven goal will do it. Now, on this situation I mentioned last time, like in Java, like you could actually just have a jar that you already have from somewhere that you built from some random thing, and you could actually run it, right? So like I could actually say like, if I don't even need the build, I could just have basically just this, and like I would point to my jar path. I actually don't remember where I put that. I think it's in here. There's a yeah, here it is. So you can say like jar path. Like I could do this, for example. And so this is like the scenario where I'm not even using Maven at all.
Right.
I'm just referencing the path directly. So this is supporting just like very bare bones Java with no Maven or Gradle.
Does that mean it never gets built though? Like you're responsible for building it yourself?
Yeah, you would be responsible for building it in this scenario. Yeah.
Okay. That'd be like equivalent of having add.NET app and you point to a DLL.
Yeah, basically.
This would be great for Minecraft servers.
Good point. If you already have a jar.
Which is 90% of my experience with Java. I have into Android development, but
I can tell you my experience with Java is being forced to use it in college and then kind of hating it, switching to Python because it was way better. And then I started working at a company that 99% of our apps are Java. I've kind of learned to love it out of necessity, right? Yeah. But I mean, Java 25 is actually, I mean, even from Java 17 really changed things. And now like there's keywords like var, for example, like .NET has, that's really nice. You can actually run like before, in order to run like an actual Java like file, you'd have to compile it, right?
I know. So I'm very familiar with this because that was the inspiration for C# file-based apps in .NET 10.
Yeah.
So there are source-based apps in Java.
Yeah, now there are. Yeah. Now you can just do Java like app.
They've actually had that for a while, and then they added multi-file support 8 versions later.
Okay.
And the Java compiler has some, because of the way Java compilation works, it's very different to C#. They're able to do some kind of cool things with their multi-file support. We're adding multi-file support to our stuff.
Multi-file single file?
Yeah, multi-file single file, exactly. Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
No, it's called, it was never called single file. So people call it single file, but it was always called file-based apps for a reason. Because
file hyphen
based apps. Source-based apps, exactly.
Yes.
So we're adding multi-file support by virtue of a new directive. So you can do #include, which is meant to it's called include because in MS Build you would do a compile include, and that's how you include a file to be compiled. No, and so it's basically an implicit. What's that?
It's called include because it's basically C.
Basically C, yeah. So you'll be able to include a glob or just include another CS file, and that's how you do multi-file now. So that's coming in the next SDK feature update.
Yeah, I mean, I do have the 11 preview 2 installed, but I haven't actually used it yet. Even preview 1, I haven't used these yet, really.
Is it in? Let me think. It's not in that version. It might be in that version. So it's going to be in 10.0300. Okay. I don't know if it's in. It probably is in preview 2 of 11.0. I'll have to try it. I don't know. I've just been so focused on getting it in 10.0300. I don't want to have to wait for 11.
Yeah.
I have not touched 11 yet, which I feel bad about, but
I installed it. That's what all I did.
Yeah. I have too many things that are constantly breaking between my various machines. And so for the first time ever, I've made it to a March without a .NET preview.
Nice.
But all right. Put Maven. What was it called? Maven goal?
Yeah. So this is a thing I not struggled with, but I fought myself on. Like I was not clear what I should call it. Like Maven, if you look at like the VS Code setup, like let me actually like open like the Maven thing.
Yeah.
Like this is what Maven would look like, right?
Oh.
And you could go and look at like for example, like how to compile it. I would run Maven package.
Okay.
But like this, the name of this is a goal in Maven. That's what they call it. But Gradle calls it a task.
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure out like, should I just call it like with Maven run or something? Or like, I was trying to figure out what to call it. And I inevitably just settled on, well, Maven calls it a goal and Gradle calls it a task. So I'm just going to call it with Maven goal with Gradle task.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Because they could later add a
with
Maven
npm
run.
build step. We don't even have anything like that. So
No, because so like you can set your launch, the npm launch target, whatever it's called, what to run, right?
right.
But yeah, like the right thing is, I think, choose the language that is native to the thing that you're integrating, right?
Okay. Yeah, so I just called it with Maven goal, and then so this is still going to be like the same thing, right? Spring Boot run, and I'm going to take this off because that's not needed anymore. Because it's just going to run Maven this thing instead of doing the Java jar command at all. And I think that's it. Obviously, I got to reference the old stuff, so I can just delete this now, theoretically.
Yep.
And then delete the semicolon. And then this, obviously, like I said, just does not exist anymore. Like this was on that PR build that David made. So I think I might just get rid of it. I don't think we need this. But maybe I'll have to install the cert manually.
Yeah.
So this is much simpler. Like obviously, it's more fluent, right? Way simpler.
I mean, this looks like just any other Aspire integration now.
Exactly.
Whatever the jank stuff.
Yep. Do I need this, by the way? Like, I don't know what the default working directory is for.
It should be, well, it should identify. Typically, you have to point. So how does it find the app? If you just say Spring App is the name, if you don't pass that, like, how does it know where it is?
So I think you have to.
Yeah. So that
but I mean, in general, like, I guess I'm asking, like, from the API, like, should this be?
No, from, like, again, it's kind of native to what you're doing. So, like, with the add JavaScript app, you tell us where the file is. Like, this is the entry point file. With MS Build, you tell us the project directory or project file. And if you want to change the working directory separate from that, you often can, because you can often say this is my app, but the working directory I want you to use when running it is this other place, right? So they are kind of separate concepts, which is why the other APIs have working directory as a specific parameter, so you can override it.
Yeah.
So maybe in this case, this is just a case for changing this parameter name. Like I would assume add Java app would always have two arguments. One is the name of the resource, and the second is like the path to the app. Like where is it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then working directory would be a separate one.
Yeah. And here I can actually just say like the app host directory if I wanted to, because I mean I'm just in the repo. Like this is where Maven would run from. So I could just actually say like just app host directory if I wanted to. I don't know which one's better, but I guess it does really make a difference.
Yeah.
I don't know we even had that as an arg, as a known thing.
As a thing, yeah.
Yeah.
On the builder.
I always forget about that. That's a good one.
It comes in handy a lot. It comes in handy for sure.
Yeah.
It's just more clear, like what period means, but in this case, it makes sense, right? Sorry, my dog's barking.
That's all right.
You hear somebody else.
Moose is allowed to bark.
All right, so I think that's it. Like, I think I can run it now.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Fingers crossed. Let me just hit F5. I think I have the VS Code launch JSON in here.
Yeah, looks like it's good.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Could not create HTTP health check. Oh, yeah. See, this is another thing I kind of forgot about. Like, so this would, I guess, be a breaking change. I need to tell it what port it is, since I'm using... Like, I have a health check here.
Yeah.
But I'm not actually saying with HTTP endpoints anywhere. So I need to put that here. Like, I need to actually add that now.
Yeah, you need to add that, otherwise you won't have a endpoint for it to resolve to.
Exactly. So I would just need to say
I ran into this with the add C# app API for file-based apps, because it doesn't have a port by default, because
it does if you have a launch settings.
Right, but I didn't have a launch setting, so I have to like pass the janky environment variable and be like.
So that's a question then for this world, because I know nothing about it. Is there a launch settings style equivalent for these Java apps, such that you could make a Java app discover the HTTP endpoints by default? Like, is
it depends on. I think it depends on
the framework.
The framework. So like Spring Boot, for example, like the thing I just did here, like server_port. Is actually referencing essentially this structure. It follows this nested structure. And so actually this is not even needed. Like I could just say by default use 8080.
Yep.
And then this is also not needed anymore because 8080 is the default anyway.
Right.
So I could just straight up delete this. But this is specific to Spring, really, like this application YAML concept.
But
is
you could
specific
discover
to
that.
Spring.
So like in theory, you
Mhm.
could make the Java app Spring aware by default.
True.
It could probe inside and say, oh, I found an application.yaml, and hence I know it's Spring or whatever, more deterministic signal. And then when you find it, you could then read it and go, oh, well, they haven't overridden it, so I know it's going to be 8080.
Yeah.
Or you could choose to say, well, maybe that's too magic. How about instead we make you call a method that says, oh, and I'm a Spring app, by the way.
Right. And that does exist.
Oh, okay.
There already is a builder add Spring app.
Okay, perfect. And it's built on top of this, right?
Yeah, but so in the current integration, like before these changes, it was built on top of it, but it did nothing extra. It was just the same.
Okay.
It was the same. And so I basically just decided like we don't need this. I just deprecated it.
So the type of thing I would expect a higher level thing like this to do is like probe in. So if you tell me it's a Spring app, I would expect this method to probe in, find the config files that are unique to Spring, and then use those to bootstrap calls to things like endpoints and whatever else. Yeah.
Well, and there may be some conveniences too we could have with like the Maven goal. Like instead of having to say, instead of having to say like Spring Boot run, like maybe that would
be the default. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I do have a thought. Like, so Spring Boot, I don't know about .NET. Like I know .NET has Kestrel by default, right? Like the embedded Kestrel.
Yes.
Can you customize that to a different internal server?
Yes. So ASP.NET Core, the way it works, like the logical layering to think about it is there's .NET, which is like the base runtime and like base class library. ASP.NET Core, which is a web and server framework that sits on top of that, and we ship together as part of .NET under the .NET banner. And then ASP.NET Core itself has Kestrel as its internal default server.
Yeah.
But it implements an abstraction that's owned by ASP.NET Core, iServer, and you can replace it. So if you want to run ASP.NET Core on a server other than Kestrel, you can. I don't know anyone who does anymore, except we do have support for things like in IIS on Windows, and that uses a different iServer. So it uses a totally different hosting model.
Well, and the reason I ask is like Spring Boot has kind of two different servers you can use that are really most popular. One of them is called
Wait, is that your new Aspire shirt?
I think it is. I think it arrived. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Unboxing on the stream.
Is that the conference one?
Yeah. Oh yeah, let me pop the link up. I wonder if mine's gonna be here.
It might even be two shirts, because why buy one when you can buy two?
It's true.
Well, you were upset there was no black, right?
There was no black.
What color did you get?
I added some more masculine colors at the request of some of the folks on the team, but I couldn't do black because the design is black.
Yeah.
How does it look? Because it'd have to be a different design.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, look how good.
That looks great.
Oh my god. So also I've been playing.
There's no Java on the back?
No, not yet.
I'm just kidding.
Not yet. Next
extra Python C#. No, yeah. The stuff from the SDK, right?
Yeah.
This is nice.
What will be the app, like the three default app host languages, and then Java, Go, all the rest of them will come eventually. But this worked out well for me because I also started playing Pokemon Pokopia, aka Pokemon Animal Crossing Minecraft. If anyone hasn't played this yet, you have to get a Switch 2. I wasn't going to get a Switch 2 because I was like, I don't need a Switch 2. And then I saw a bunch of screenshots last week of Bulbasaur walking around and going, let's get this place humid. And I was like, I need this game. And I got it. And I haven't really played that much of it yet because we've been doing this stupid AspireConf thing. But it is delightful. And it made me really happy that we made the shirt a little bit Pokemon adjacent, Nintendo. Not themed, no copy, inspired. Do not sue me. Anyways, I just posted the link in the chat. I'm so happy it's here for. I wonder what mine's thinking. I hope it comes before this week. Okay.
I'm sorry, that was a tangent.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. So what I was saying is like the reason I asked the Kestrel question is like the discoverability might. I have to think about it because like you can have like server port, for example. Mm-hmm. But this is for Tomcat, I'm pretty sure, which is default.
Yeah, that's the difference we made is our config for how you configure. Well, maybe I'm going to think this through and then realize I'm wrong. But again, this is why layers of abstraction are useful, right? So ASP.NET Core has a concept of server configuration, which is separate from the implementation of the server. So it doesn't matter what server you're using, you can specify, I want this to be the port, I want this to be the endpoints that I'm going to listen on. And then the assumption is that the server implementation reads that and turns it into whatever it uses it the right way for its specific needs. Yeah. Whereas this looks more like, this is what you say to configure Tomcat. This is what you say to configure Fly. Yeah. Okay.
And I could be wrong. I actually don't know. Like, I mean, this Spring app is just using Tomcat, which is like, because I'm, oh, actually, no, this is Webflux. Yeah, this is Webflux. So it's using Netty. I think it actually might be easier. Okay. Maybe Spring does abstract this off to apply to any server.
But you were able to figure that out by reading a static file, right?
So this POM XML dependency.
Oh, that's just like the package.
Yeah, but I could. I'll have to think about it. I'm gonna have Copilot think about it for me. I think there's ways.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, even if you have to have a method that people call to say with Tomcat configuration or something, and then but it's all trade-offs. Like, I think there's definitely an opportunity here to do something so that a higher level Spring Boot resource can automatically configure the app host, the resource from a Spice point of view by reading all the stuff.
Well, and even this too, for example, could actually be the name of the app of the app, right? Like I could get this
that would be no other resource type does that. That's kind of the one thing that we've said. Every resource has to have a name that's set in the app host.
Right. No, that's what I mean. I could. So instead of me having to put this here.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I would set that
flow through if you wanted to.
Exactly, because it's just an environment variable. Like if I did Spring, they all match the structure. Like I could do like this, for example, in the app host.
Yep.
Or in this case, in the integration, really. So yeah, I think this should fix it, and then Aspire will figure out the port, and then I can just delete this. I don't need this at all, because Aspire will assign the port for me. But hopefully, this gets that error away. All right, well, it didn't crash.
All right.
Let me move it over here. Hang on, let me move just the tab. Okay. So it's running. Let's look at the logs. Yeah, so this is the stack trace I was talking about that we're going to see.
Yep.
So since that cert stuff was not done in the Java integration, like basically telemetry just doesn't work. Like if you look at traces, there's nothing here. And like the error is basically saying like, the cert is not trusted effectively. So I need to install it, and that's probably because I updated .NET to .NET 11 potentially.
Oh yeah. So do that.
I need to figure out how to. I need to export it. Really, is the first thing. I gotta get the cert.
So you can do that. .NET Dev Certs.
Yeah, export.
.NET Dev Certs HTTPS is the full command. Then -- export. I think it's export -path, and then you give it the path.
Yeah. Export. I'm just gonna go like cert. Is there like a format?
Yep.
Can I do? I think it's a PEM.
It's PEM or PFX. I think.
I don't know which one I need. I think it's this one. Yeah. So there it is. Oh, I gotta give it the name, don't I? Let me just do this again. So this is gonna be CRT. Okay. And then now I gotta figure out the Java command. I gotta probably ask Copilot for it.
Is it trusted on the host? Have you run? I'm assuming it's trusted because the dashboard wasn't complaining.
Yeah, it's trusted on the app on my machine. Yeah.
You have to teach Java to trust it.
Exactly. Yeah. I want this cert.
And so what's the plan for doing this automatically? Are you going to add that to the community toolkit as well?
Yeah. So the initial plan, like I actually asked, like, I think in the Discord, I asked like, basically, what do I do for this? And then David Nexide was like, yeah, you can't. It's not possible. Because Java needs like a format called PKCS12.
That we don't, okay.
That we don't support right now. which is not a big deal. Like I think this is fine for now, but he went ahead and just created a PR to support that and into the Aspire repo.
Yeah. I remember saying that, and then Fallow had questions, so I'm not sure if it got merged yet or if it's.
Well, I don't think it will be merged. Like I think it sounds like they want that.
Oh, they want that itself to be in.
Yes.
Okay.
And so
as long as we have the right hooks.
Do what?
As long as it's open enough that you can write that and ship it as an external thing, and then
I think it will be
that cert format is now something you can add a package. In order to
Yeah, and David pretty much just told me I can just copy the PR effectively. Like the code's gonna be basically the same.
That's good.
Just in a different place.
Nice.
And honestly, I think it makes sense in the Java integration anyway. I don't know who else uses those PKCS 12 certs at all. So
it sounds familiar. Like I've certainly heard of that format before.
Yeah.
Archive file format for storing crypto objects. Bundles a private key. I mean, it sounds very much like a PFX equivalent, whereas Windows.
Yeah.
Hang on. File name extension commonly used with it is PFX.
Okay.
Then there's the extend. Oh, so it's actually extended from the Microsoft PFX file format. Interesting, according to Wikipedia.
Yeah, I know basically nothing about it except like all of the self-signed certificates at FedEx. I have to basically install them. Like our VPN cert and like our proxy cert, I have to do all of that stuff.
Okay, yeah, it says it's actually the successor to Microsoft's PFX. Okay. However, the terms are often used interchangeably. And then someone put a line on Wikipedia saying the PFX format has been criticized for being one of the most complex cryptographic protocols.
The 12 version, right? The one we're talking about was the most complicated.
Yeah, because there's one called PKCS number 8, which is like a lower level construct or format that you then can create buckets of to put into the PKCS number 12. It says.
Yeah. Well, I know there was definitely some magic happening because I know like David had me tested a couple times, like with one of the Java apps I have. It was this one, as you saw, and it didn't work the first like 2 or 3 tests because there was evidently some sort of specific Java attributes that you have to put into the cert. So it's stuff like that. That was annoying for him, I'm sure. But this is effectively the command you have to run, at least according to Copilot. Like it's key tool is from when you download the JDK, key tool comes from it. And you just import it into like the key store, which is at like this path effectively.
Yep.
And then I'm going to install the cert. So let's just let Copilot see if it does it.
Okay.
I think it will.
So Java, like other systems I know, doesn't flow trusted platform level certs through to the runtime. That's so lame.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You have to install it into the key store.
Into its Hive. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's per JDK. So like if I had if I had JDK 25 and JDK 21, I have to do it twice because they're different key stores.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's not the best experience for sure. I think that did it. So let's see if this works. I gotta probably restart, I think. Restart the app post, I mean.
Right.
All right. Let's see if that fixed it. So around here is where we would see it. So it's loading OTel, and yeah, we don't see it anymore. So I think that fixed it.
Cool. I like it when set works on first try.
Yep, and it is using Netty, so that's a good call out before.
Yep.
Because I'm using Webflux. I didn't have to, but I don't know why I used Netty. But you see the port actually came from Aspire. Like Aspire should have set that server.
Which is important because then ultimately you want Aspire to know the port, whether it owned it or you told us, so that things like with reference work, for example.
Right. So, but before this was hard coded, like as the environment will server underscore port set to 8080.
Yep.
And I have to remember how you customized it. I don't remember how you customized it. It
may have been a method specifically or something you could have called.
I think so.
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Yeah, but yeah, this meshes with I think the current model. You just call like with HTTP endpoints, right? And then it just does it.
So if you browse to something in this app now, we should be able to see hotel for it in the dashboard.
Yeah. So if I just click on the link, it's just going to be that very simple message. But if you look at the traces,
look at that.
It should be like the select calls. Yep. So it all works.
Beautiful.
And it has the resources. This does have like database migrations. Like I don't know if you've seen the what's it called? The
Spring has its like, database stuff.
Well, yeah. But I mainly meant like the new environment variables for Java. I guess like the JDBC connection string, for example, like was new. Like before, I was having to like do it myself with environment and like having to use that callback to do it. But now, like I can just use this. The one nitpick I had though on the PR that they made was it only supports JDBC right now. So like I'm using Webflux, which is using this reactive driver.
Oh, interesting.
Not JDBC. So here I'm using just the native one.
Properties. Yep. The individual properties.
But it still works, obviously. But I think I asked for like, can we get like a DB_R2 DBC, whatever. But obviously you can't support
it. We wrote it such that it could be extended because we kind of knew this was going to, as soon as we add one, like people are going to want others and we don't want to bake it all in, obviously, because then it's just open-ended. But we'll base it on feedback, right? Like if there's enough feedback that the R2DBC stuff should be there by default, if we've got the JDBC stuff, then we can look at it. But like if nothing else, someone should be able to add that support that isn't us, and then you can bring it in.
Yeah. Is my camera frozen, by the way?
Yeah, your video has frozen.
Let me restart it.
Still frozen.
Uh-oh. Let me do it one more time. I might have to unplug it.
You may have. Oh, okay. Yay! Does anyone have AV stream issues on their bingo board?
Somebody's got to, right? I definitely was telling Maddie. I was like, I never use my camera on Linux. It never.
Oh, really?
On the computer either. So I was like, I don't know if it's going to work or not. All right, I'm back. Cool. All right, so I don't need this cert anymore here. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it for this app. Now there are a few things I wanted to ask, like in my list that I have, especially with Gradle. So Maven is a little bit simpler than Gradle. Like when you run like this Maven goal, it just effectively runs. And here, let me actually do it. It effectively just runs this. And so this will like build the project and run it.
I can't see what you're typing.
You don't?
No.
Let me reshare again too.
Yeah, okay.
I guess everything froze.
It must have.
All right.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yep.
Yeah, so this probably failed because those environment variables aren't defined, I assume. Yeah. But yeah, the command that you would run is basically this, right? And this just does one command. It just runs it. But Gradle has this concept of like a daemon process. So if you run just like Gradle build, it'll actually spawn a daemon process and it will keep it running for when you later build again, it will be faster effectively. And I don't know, I haven't done much research on it at all, but right, Maddie, a daemon process.
So you know I needed the tea.
That joke's been made my entire career in.
That doesn't surprise me, actually.
But yeah, like I was curious. Like I don't know if you know about other integrations, but are there any other integrations that spawn processes like that? Because I'm worried, like I'm going to keep the daemon running. Basically,
you need to track it. So like. Once you go outside of just my resource maps one-to-one to an executable resource, obviously things get exponentially harder. Like that's the truth, right? And we have utilities that are exposed that let you start processes using our process start and management mechanism, but you're still responsible for the lifetime of that at that point if you're starting it separately from the executable resource itself. But we have lots of examples. So like the dev tunnels resource, which I wrote, the actual dev tunnel host process is just an executable resource, but all the management of the dev tunnel to create it, to inspect it, all that stuff is me doing process.start basically, because it's using the dev tunnel CLI. And so I have to manage fully the life cycle of all those instances, gathering their data and then flowing that back into the logical resource kind of stuff. And then we have other things that are somewhat similar as well. So sometimes, and it really just comes down to a design decision to you. Like, do you want, as you mentioned earlier, you can create child resources, right? And they could be executable resources. So you could have those show up and then you get kind of the process management for free because like we just do it for you, and the logs are free because you can just see it in the dashboard. So it's a design decision as to whether you want to just have it be an executable resource that's related, and calling one method actually creates two resources that are related. That's totally up to you. Or whether you want to mask all that and just hide it behind the scenes completely and just expose the running app as a resource. Like you just have to kind of like understand the pros and cons.
Right. Well, I think part of me feels like with the Gradle daemon in particular, I don't think I will be able to know where it is.
Right.
Like what process it is, for example. I think I might have to just disable it. Like there's like when you do Gradle, like when you run Gradle, you can just say like no daemon and it'll just not run it.
Does that make it slower or anything?
It will make it slower for incremental builds, I think. Like if you do like a build once, change code and then build again, it'll redo everything.
Yeah.
So it will make it slower. But I could have
but it's not automatically managed. Like you can't just like, because MS Build does this.
It is.
You do .NET Run, it'll start MS Build. That then calls .NET Build. .NET Build calls into MS Build. MS Build goes, oh, my server process isn't running. It starts it. That's all transparent to you. You don't have to think about that. And then once the run is over, the MS Build process keeps running and it will automatically get reused on the next users. And then after 15 minutes of not being used, it'll shut itself down. So I'm curious whether this is similar, in which case, don't worry about it. Just let it start. Or whether it's something
I have seen like when you run Gradle build, which I probably need to show. This is some Maven project, but I can show it pretty easily. But I think it logs like how many daemon processes are running, because there can be, it's not just a singleton. There's like multiple that could be running. And a lot of times it says in the logs like, I don't know, like 3 are active and 17 are paused or something, right?
It's probably 1 per core. I'm assuming it's very similar to MS Build, where and the C# compiler, where it fires up a compilation server, 1 per CPU. And then it marshals and manages finding the server, dispatching work to it, it's just all completely automated behind the scenes. You don't have to think about it. So
y'all just reminded me of something I didn't even show on the dashboard in particular. So like this is just using with Maven Goal, which doesn't show up in the dashboard necessarily as a resource. It's shown up as like the app is basically running Maven Spring Boot run, right? But what I didn't show is if you go back to the one that uses with Maven build. So like this one I could use with Maven build, and I can actually give it like arguments. So in this case, I actually don't need to. You see, like by default, it runs clean package. So I can just like leave it blank. And then I still have to specify now how to run the app.
Right, the output.
So this is going to be that weird path to this file here that has the version on it. So I didn't do anything with that, but you just specify the path, which Copilot, I think, did it right. And then now when I run this, it should actually show Maven build as a child resource of Java.
That's what I figured.
I realized I forgot to show that.
That's cool. So again, that's very similar to how npm install shows up in the Aspire.
So now you can see it finished.
With a non-zero exit code for some reason.
And then the name of it is just like, obviously, like I think the JavaScript app does this too. Like just like the app dash whatever.
We just append it.
And then it failed to start. But see, it's downloading stuff on the build. Finish, or it failed.
Build failed.
Could not find Docker environment. I think I do have test containers on this project.
Okay.
So maybe that didn't work.
Maybe this isn't the 13.3 containers thing, is it? I know that there's some stuff that's a little wonk that we're changing in 13.3, but I don't know if anything, but I don't know if any of it's gotten merged, so I think it should be fine.
This just looks like something from the actual
This is the app.
Maven build. It's assuming
Okay.
that it can do
Good.
Docker operations and Docker's not running or something.
Okay.
Yeah, when you do Maven build, it's running tests by default.
Yep.
So just to get past it, I can actually skip it.
Yep.
Like I can do skip tests, I think, as like a JVM argument or an app argument. I think. Well,
Mhm.
I think this is arguments to Maven. Yeah. So this theoretically should work. Just to get past that error. I mean, y'all saw it on the dashboard though already, so
Yeah.
it still failed.
Exit code 1.
It's
Yeah, so it's probably not perfect. What did it fail on though?
Error
MCP?
database DB already exists. Postgres. Oh, that's Postgres resource. Sorry, you're looking at everything. Finished waiting for Postgres. Failed to create. Can you show the logs for the build itself?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, that's not. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, build
no
failure.
roles have been specified.
There you go.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, I just overrid the default. Like I just overrid the default. So I got to do.
You got to tell it what to run.
Yeah, I just did the argument and not the actual command. I got to do like package basically, like package
Right.
with skip tests. There we go. You would think I would know my own API, right? But this was so
No.
long ago for me, 3 weeks ago or something. So long.
Lifetime ago.
Oh, these days, yeah.
Well, and like I said, Copilot wrote like a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I just
There you go.
tested it and made sure it worked.
Nice.
Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it shows up as a child resource.
Yep.
Of
Yeah.
the actual app.
Perfect.
Love that.
Yeah.
Same as the NPM and the everything else. It's good.
So with the NPM integration, if you deploy this, what happens? Like, does it NPM install on the server?
No.
No.
it builds it as a
No.
container.
So that at the lowest level, I don't think we do anything by default. Like the higher level things.
Okay.
What happens? So when you run Aspire publish or Aspire deploy, which calls publish behind the scenes. Oh yeah, need to do a custom resource icon.
How do I do that?
I'm PRing that right now.
With icon name, and you find the icon name in Fluent that maps best to.
Oh, is there a
Java.
coffee? Is there a coffee one?
Oh,
Is there
There's
a coffee?
gotta be.
Possibly. Just go into the Fluent UI
UI
icon
icon.
browser. If you want to make it really easy for yourself, use the Blazor Fluent UI one.
But yeah, their icon browser is the best one.
Where is that at?
So just do Blazor Fluent UI icon.
Oh, okay.
And then you should be at fluentui.blazor.net/icon. Yep. And then in the bottom, just like type like Java or something, see if anything's in there, and then hit search. Yep. So there's 3 Java ones. There's 2 are JavaScript. There's one that's a document with Java. That's not very great. Is there a coffee one?
There is a coffee one.
There is a drink coffee
Drink
icon.
coffee.
Does it look like the Java logo? The Java logo?
It doesn't not look like it.
It looks like a coffee.
It looks like it has the little steam things. It has 3 instead of
Yeah.
2.
Wait, where are y'all looking? I don't even see where.
Scroll
where do I
down.
search? Yeah.
Scroll down there. In that
Right
big
here?
empty box, type
Yeah.
coffee and then hit enter or
Not
Java.
the most.
Yeah, we
It's
can
just
use this one maybe, like document Java.
Yeah.
You could.
Or just coffee. A coffee.
Coffee's kind of like fun though and cute.
Yeah.
Hit
Right.
enter.
Yeah.
No, this is so much better. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is so much better.
I actually,
looks
Alex
similar,
just
too.
said in the chat, put it for the child resource too. But I was actually
Yeah.
thinking about this the other day. I kind of want to change child resources that are installation to the install icon. Like
What's the install icon look
there's
like?
like a download. Yeah.
There's a what? What is
There's
it?
like a download, a down arrow.
Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah. And then I think there's also like a
Mhm.
restore or something. So I was thinking about maybe we switch that at some point,
Hmm,
but it makes it a little bit
Maybe.
more clear.
I think we should commit finally to doing the work to support
custom
icons and integrating the dev icon pack, which includes like every stack on the planet. And then we don't have to like find equivalents. We could just do the work. Like we know what we have to do. It's just a bunch of work.
But for now, coffee sounds great.
Yeah, coffee I think is whimsical and
That's
lovely.
a good one. That's a good one.
I'm putting up the PR right now. Oh.
Is Copilot or are you? I'm just kidding.
I should have Copilot do it. You're right. Agents.
Well, for some of the simple stuff, I would rather just do it myself. But it depends.
Can you switch the dashboard icon?
Can y'all see Moose over here? He's saying hey to me.
Hello.
Hi, Moose. Oh, he's so
He always sits here so sad, wanting to go outside all the time.
Yeah. We have a desk, like we have a bed under our desks, so like the dogs can just kind of come up and sleep on our feet. It's very cute. Child resources.
So in my list of things to look at, I had a few other thoughts. So one, like when I first was using the Community Toolkit integration, I kind of just like, followed the installation guide for Java and just like, I was fine with it. Right. But then as I was obviously doing this, like there's some interesting things like I wasn't sure that I needed to do, like with OTel agent, for example. Like I feel like every Java app will probably need to do this. And it's just like an extra step. Like they have to go download this OpenTelemetry Java agent jar and put it in their repo.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to figure out, like, should I somehow automate that? Like, could I download OTel for them?
So we don't have anything that I can think of currently that mutates the repo. So we have stuff that acquires tools. And so, acquiring a tool that then gets installed by virtue of running the app host, I think is one like idea. And that's something we have examples of that already to an extent. But actually having you run the app host and it mutates the source of your repo feels like a step too far to me.
I agree. So could I download it in like a location that's like a cache of some sort?
What you could do though, you could absolutely do it so that you download it to the we have like an Aspire store, which is like a temp location that's associated with this specific app host. And then you could just do that. That would work. The other thing you could choose to do is build UX in the dashboard using the notification interaction service, such that if you ran for the first time and you didn't have OTel agent, you could show a banner that says, hey, click here to enable OTel for this. Now, the problem with that is you can't mutate the model once the app is running. So you could have them click the button, you could download the jar, put it in some location, but then they would need to restart again in order for that to get picked up, right? You could probably do that in such a way, though, that they would only need to restart the resource without restarting the app host, because you could just have code that executes as part of the lifecycle of the resource that figures out, does this file exist in a known location that you download this temp one to? And that's just, and it's really just, again, it's a question of like what you want the experience to be. Does it feel too magical and a step too far to automatically inject stuff into the people's apps, download it on the fly and inject it? Is that like a little iffy? And was it better to have a thing in the dashboard that says, oh, we can auto enable OTel for this app for you, just click here and I'll do it. And every person who clones your repo would get that notification because you're doing it in a temp location outside, but you could do a nice flow that way if you want to.
I'll have to think about that too, because I think there are ways where you can install the Java agent like as a dependency in your repo as well, that Gradle or like Maven would download instead of doing it with this. Like you could actually have the Java agent as a dependency in your code.
Right. In that case, obviously, then that requires the code to be updated. So
exactly. So this is, I think, better, like because the one of the core things of Aspire, right, is that you're not requiring them to change anything on the app. It should theoretically just work. So that's why I think
and to be clear, we don't have anything where OTel is automatically lit up. Like that's just not a thing. Like the only reason it works in .NET is because we have service defaults as a template that you can add, and that's the project that brings in the OTel dependencies, has the code that you have to manually call from your .NET projects to enable OTel. But at least, in my opinion, on the .NET side, that composition model of enabling OTel is really nice. It's not very nice in the Node world. It's not particularly nice in the Python world. I know the OTel folks are working on improving that. This one is one of the better ones I've seen, where you can truly just download a precompiled thing, attach it, and it lights things up for you. Like I'm curious how much this enables by default. Like it even lit up the database calls, which was very interesting.
It does. I think it does anything that's open telemetry. Anything that exports open telemetry logs, it will work with.
That's
so
awesome.
does that mean that your database driver already is emitting? Okay, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The database driver and like HTTP calls and stuff like that. But like if you had a front,
they're already instrumented and are emitting events, and then this thing that's very similar to .NET then.
Yep. Yeah. It is just slightly like, I mean, the API I think could potentially change. Like right now, it's basically what it was today in the non-beta version. Like it's just
you could make an overload of this that takes no arguments and make that the automatic one.
Yep.
So if you called with OTel agent, at least they've opted into it, but then you just like download it to a template location and inject it, right? That I could see being a next step.
Yep. Yeah, David said auto inject OTel.
I think he's crying though.
Yeah.
I think the interpretation of that is maybe I don't know. I don't know if he's saying actually in this case this is better than what he's seen in other places, or this is like, oh my god, this is terrible. I'm not sure.
I will say I did Go the other day, and the Go OTel stuff was not as clean as this or as clean as .NET, but I was like pleasantly surprised.
Does Go natively support OTel like Bun, for example, where it's actually baked into the runtime?
No, there was still an amount of setup and bootstrapping, but it was light. It was lightweight. I was really happy with it. So
Val is like saying he hates this vomit-wise because he has PTSD from when we tried to do this, and like I was just involved.
Thanks, Fowler.
We did a lot. We built a lot of features in ASP.NET Core and then .NET in like version 2 and 3 to support auto instrumentation specifically for APM systems like App Insights and before OTel existed, right? And it's super fragile because of the nature of how .NET works. Because you have to bring in assemblies that have the code in them, and those like basically you're automatically adding NuGet packages at runtime. Think about it like that, and think about all the ways that can go wrong. It is just fundamentally a violation of a whole bunch of things. It's very similar to how the GAC works in .NET Framework, and if anyone who's worked with .NET Framework for a while, been exposed to the GAC, has probably just yelled out and screamed horribly because of how problematic that can be when you've got a global store that like forces itself to inject stuff into every app running on the machine. It results in horrible, hard to diagnose issues. So
the GAC?
The GAC, Global Assembly Cache.
Oh, I thought you were like trying to abbreviate garbage collector as not UC, and I was getting really upset.
No. So
oh, good. Alex didn't know what Alex knew what he was. He just forgot.
So this is very similar, right? Like in the sense that jar is bytecode, right? That's the compilation output. The jar is bytecode, is it?
It's yes, because it's interpreted by the DVM, I think.
So it's the equivalent of a .NET assembly, which is IL, right? And so the thing that reads this is the runtime, and then compiles it into machine code and executes it. The problem with this approach, as elegant as it looks, is composition problems. Where what if the app itself wants to bring in an OTel dependency because it wants to do some explicit logging? Now you can have runtime dependency mismatches. That couldn't be resolved during build time, which is where you're supposed to do it, because this didn't exist until runtime, because this OTel agent only gets injected when you run the app, right? And that's exactly the problem you run into in .NET when you try and inject DLLs at runtime when the app already had a version of the same DLL. Like you can literally end up with type binding errors, method overload errors. Like only one can win, and then you end up in all types of horrible. Unless you do really complicated stuff where you isolate, and like no one does that because it's just too hard. So the Python and Node OTel stuff that I looked at, that I did in our samples, looks similar, like this, where you like run a thing up front that does instrumentation. The difference over there is that everything's interpreted, nothing's compiled. So like it's just a totally different approach to doing things, and you don't have the same type of version mismatch issues. You have different types of version mismatch issues. But this is super interesting, and that's something I think we'll keep debating as a community with regards to what's the best way to get OTel to light up. What's the lowest friction approach for any given stack. So I'm curious to what other folks who are more experienced in the Java ecosystem who have done OTel, what different approaches have they seen? What are the pros and cons? What do they prefer? Should we only support this? Should we support other ways? Like, etc.
Right. Well, I think this is the way that you would do it if you don't have OTel dependencies and you just want like the agent, right? Yeah. But I think you could, if you like you're saying, already have, like if you're doing custom telemetry, like exporting or something.
Yeah.
Custom, you would have like not the agent, but like code that exports it right to the exporter, whatever it's called.
You would configure an OTel exporter in your app, right?
Yeah. But this is like when you don't have anything, but you know that you're like Spring Boot, for example, like all the database drivers like we saw, like are already orchestrated. So this is like basically enabling it. And all the OTel environments just work that Aspire sets for you.
Yeah, we expressly chose not to go this path in .NET just because of the horrible history with trying to do this stuff before in .NET. We've seen every way it can break. And so we explicitly said, we're not going to do auto OTel. We're going to make you reference code that does it for you. That way it's all... And it's not that one is wrong and one is right. It's a different set of trade-offs. So
right, but you're saying this approach, that being explicit, is better than automatic.
No, I'm saying this approach, this is much more akin... I mean, it's explicit in the sense that the person has to call this to get this injected, but it's still using runtime injection. And so you can still set yourself up, if I understand how this is working, where if the app itself has explicit OTel stuff going on as well, and you add this, I don't know what the behavior is. Like, can you end up having like runtime mismatches because the app was bringing in dependencies on OTel stuff, but then you injected a different OTel agent and it was using a different version of the OTel dependencies. Like which one wins? Which one has to break if there was a breaking change and you did that? Like it'll just not work. So I think, because I don't know anything about Java, so I'm just learning this on the fly.
Well, and honestly, like I know enough to get my job done, basically, and that's about it. Like I know that this happens, and that's about it. Like if
this is idiomatic for OTel in Java, then this is what we should do in the Java Aspire integration. Right. That's fine.
Well, like I think all it does at the end of the day is just add this integration with when you're using with Maven Goal. All it does is add a environment variable. So if I look at the Spring Boot app or the Spring app resource here under environment variables, all it basically does is set this environment variable here. With this, like the path to the jar. The OTel jar. But this environment variable is somewhat magic. Like if you look at the actual logs for here,
what happens as a result of that?
You'll see basically like everywhere where Java is spawned, it'll say like it picked it up.
Oh, I love that last one. Sun misc unsafe memory access equals allow. It's like, that sounds awesome.
This is something I just threw in here. I don't think I actually need it though anymore. But yeah, Java 25 is changing like tons of stuff.
Okay, about memory safety.
Memory safety, as well as like with reflection. I think you used to be able to basically make any method allow. Like let's say you have like a private method on a class, you could just say like set accessible true with reflection. And just run it, which is like obviously a problem. So I think they're locking that stuff down.
This comment from Alex just gives me shivers.
It does bytecode injection.
Yeah, which is what Java agents do. Like that's what a Java agent is designed to do from my reading of it just before. It's literally a primitive that lets you inject. So does .NET Profiling API, by the way. That's how profilers work in .NET, is they can auto instrument methods by injecting IL into the method body and the runtime rejits it, right? That's how that stuff works. So
maybe it's just a limitation of Java today. I really am not sure.
This doesn't feel like a limitation. It's just different approach. This is almost identical to .NET's. We have a thing called startup hooks, and a thing called the TPA, the Trusted Primary Assemblies List, and then there are environment variables that you can set that will say, hey, I want you to add this to DLL as a startup hook, and I want you to add these DLLs to the TPA list so that they can be loaded at runtime. Like there's things that you can do to like force code into the process that wasn't there when the app was built. And but like once you go over that line, it's like your bets are off. Like, you have to understand what's going on.
Yep. Yeah, like
we're in the chat with the conspiracy of the year. Reading the C# release notes in the job.
Well, to be honest, like so when I started in college, we were using Java 11. But the difference between Java 8 and Java 25 is like exponentially better.
Yeah.
Like it's so much better. Like you don't even have to declare a package anymore sometimes. Like if you just had like one of the single file Java apps, you can just write Java code. Like if you have just a void main, like that's that you still have to have the void main, but it's not.
We don't even need that in C#.
I know. That's what I was gonna say.
We'll see what Java ever decides.
But previously, like in Java, right? Like if I just go in here, like if I put under like main Java and just create a file, like I could just call it like app.java. Like it still wants me to put a class, but you don't need to. I could just say the main. Yeah. It still has to take, I think, string args.
Right.
But then you can just like print hello Aspire like Copilot said.
Yeah, this was very much. I think Java and C# went on similar experiences over the last 8 years or so, which but different end results. So they both went on these simplification efforts, which in our case gave us top-level statements and implicit usings and file-based apps and a few things. And Java has equivalent things that they did, but they just didn't do it the same way. So for example, they didn't go to purely top-level statements. They said, no, you still have to have a main. They did source-based apps slightly different to how we did file, but we were inspired by each other, I think it's fair to say. I was reading their specs when building file-based apps to kind of get inspiration and to look at the trade-offs that they made, right?
Right. Well, and this is so much better than like what it used to be. You used to have to do like, I actually don't even know if I can type it. It's Copilot do it for me. I'm pretty sure it's just a class.
There you go.
Yep. And then you do like public static
void main.
Void main.
Yeah, very similar to C#.
Yeah.
String
but it's like this is annoying. Like I don't want to have to type this. You know?
Yeah, it's just boilerplate, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's what they did, right? They just took this and were like, we can just do this ourselves. That's much better.
Yeah,
for sure. And there's other communities too. Like now on Java, you can do like var, like app equals like string or whatever. Like you don't actually have to tell it the type anymore. Like there's so many improvements now, especially when it comes to like performance, right?
Right.
And I think wasn't .NET doing something with like green threads too? Like Java has virtual threads.
There was an experiment done, and I mean, I think it's fair to say it's abandoned. So like there was a green threads experiment brought up again a few years ago. Fowler was involved. It had been done before in .NET. So like the long history of it is .NET had green threads when SQL Server integrated the common language runtime into the database engine 17 years ago, 18 years ago or something. Okay. And they added a fibers primitive. So .NET had the concept of a thing called fibers. And that was all done for SQL Server, but was never really grew anything beyond that and was long lost. And then we did async instead. So the task parallel library and task factory and the task abstraction, then we layered async await on top of that. And then we went in a step further and said async await isn't even tied to task. You can do task-like. Yeah. So basically with awaitable, you can do await, doesn't have to be a task. So we've got that whole history. And then other stacks did green threads. So you get kind of this implicit await behavior without you having to be explicit about it. And so we did a deep dive on doing that. And my understanding is the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. And again, it's all trade-offs. So like my really surface level understanding of it is things like .NET made conscious choices at its inception with regards to how native interop works and how easy is it to call native code from managed code and have stuff marshal back and forward. Other stacks like Go have very different semantics for that, and you pay a very different cost instead of trade-offs when you want to do like their equivalent of p-invoke, which is why they make design decisions the way they do, and why we make design decisions the way we do. And it's trade-offs again. So like the green thread thing meant, my understanding was, as soon as you start doing lots of platform calls, the impact or the benefits of green thread start to disappear. Whereas in something like Go, they basically rewrote everything in Go. They don't use anything from the platform, whereas .NET still relies a lot on calling down to native APIs to get the implementation for things. And so our approach works better for that trade-off. So
yeah, for sure. But there's so many now improvements that I don't even know about too with Java. Like people keep saying Project Leiden to me, but I don't know what that is. But like there's some sort of like projects with like the Java team at Oracle that are building lots of nice stuff nowadays.
Well, like Gradle, right? Yeah, there's another the Gradle VM, which is their native AOT kind of equivalent.
Right.
So there's a lot of that going around as well.
Yep. I was just using that like the other day on some CLI I was trying to build. I didn't get it to work quite yet, but I'm getting there.
Cool.
Can I interrupt our programming for just one announcement? Just one brief.
Are you going to do what I was thinking? Are you going to share your screen and do the thing?
I'm going to share my screen and do the thing.
Are you going to do the way I expect? Okay, we'll see what you do.
Maybe.
I don't know what's happening, so I'm excited.
So hang on. Let me message you.
Okay. Yeah. This is literally happening in the as the moment is progressing.
So I just messaged you what I was going to do to announce this.
I mean, you do it.
You're okay? You want me to do it?
Yeah, do it.
Okay, let me move
Marshall,
my screen.
Not only are you the first Java guest and the
it.
first Linux guest.
Yep.
But you are now the first guest to exist.
Let me share. That's the Leave Studio button. Let me not click that button.
Don't click that one.
Let me find the share. That's the plus button I want. We're
doing it. Fowler, we're doing it.
We're going to do it. So let me find the right screen.
I feel like my heart's beating faster now.
It should be beating faster.
Here it is.
Beating faster.
All right. So I've shared.
Okay.
All right. So I am going to go to github.com/.net/aspire. And what we're going to see is we're actually at Microsoft/Aspire now.
Oh, wow.
We're a polyglot, baby. Manifested it.
Anyway, so this is literally happening right now.
This is what's happening right now.
And like things don't fully work yet, apparently. No. But if you go to .NET Aspire, it now redirects to Microsoft/Aspire.
Yeah, that's sick. That's because we love Java. And so you brought us into this new world. Thank you.
Well, and this fits it's not .NET Aspire anymore. It's just Aspire. Right?
That's exactly. Yeah. So this was kind of the last big thing we had to do to really shed that part of the branding.
Yep.
I think Fowler even said he had I think we still need to move the sample. The repo needs to be moved. The website's already there. The docs repo, I think, needs to be removed as well.
No, right? The website has the docs now. So the old docs repo is deprecated.
Oh, it is public archive. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've even seen this. Is this not the aspire.dev?
No, that's at Microsoft/aspire.dev.
Oh, so the docs. What was the docs one then? Is that different?
That was our old docs repo when docs was on MS Learn. So learn.microsoft.com.
Okay.
We moved all our docs from MS Learn to aspire.dev like this month. Effectively, we finished doing that. And so there's Microsoft aspire.dev, and then now there is a Microsoft/Aspire.
Awesome.
And soon there'll be Microsoft/Aspire-samples, I guess. So
yeah. Aspire-samples.
Aspire, hyphen, yeah. There's aspire.dev. Maybe it should be aspire.samples.
Oh.
I don't know.
Anyways, this is big. You're the first person to ever be using Aspire from the Microsoft organization on GitHub.
Yep.
So congratulations.
There's so much good stuff though. I'm really excited about the MCP too. Like I haven't really used it much at work, but I've used it like just to play around with like the new like preview version of it. It's so good.
Shall we tell you then that the MCP is basically
the CLI now, right?
Yeah. So
yeah,
there's one reason for the MCP to live on in our mind, which is we have a feature coming in 13.2, which is effectively MCP proxy. So you can now add MCP servers as resources effectively. So you can like add Postgres, and then you can say with MCP server, and it will add the MCP server for Postgres for that instance. and then you can use the Aspire MCP command to interact. It'll expose all the MCPs that were added in your app host. But the actual control of the Aspire app host itself is all the CLI now. That's what we push you to. Our Aspire skill has been updated to say just use the CLI. And I think over time we'll just the Aspire MCP server as it exists today with all those commands, all the tools will disappear.
Yeah. So do you think like more, I guess, complex interactions will still need MCPs, or do you think CLIs will be everything?
I mean, you mean in the broader sense of like agent and LLM integrations?
Yeah, in general, yeah.
Maybe. I think the industry doesn't know. Like, I think there's very much 2 or 3 months ago, it seemed like people were starting to say, you know what, MCPs aren't required anymore. You just need CLIs, and there's a whole bunch of advantages of CLIs versus they're just much easier to set up. Like getting an MCP configured, depending on what agent harness you're using, can be harder.
And for humans too, right? Like I could also
they're usable by humans. Yeah. They're also, you don't have to pollute the context for an agent to use the CLI, whereas every MCP server has to be exposed in the context for the agent to know about it. But then they invented things like how MCP search and like dynamic tool loading and MCP loading. So there's things happening, and then there's things like agentic UI and those ancillary standards that are designed to allow MCP servers to like show UI as part of a broader agent session. And so, maybe that it'll live on those spaces. And I think they'll just continue refining and adding capabilities, and we'll see what happens. But the reality is all of these things exist. How do I phrase it? They exist on a different layer of abstraction or composition to the actual harness itself. And I think what's happened is with the advent of coding agents like Copilot CLI and Claude Code, where they now have the harness itself hosts a loop and exposes things to the agent running inside of it. The game of like what is required to expose something to the LLM has moved from just something like MCP to what does the harness let me do? It's like if the harness is able to discover tools that are on your path and then dynamically give hints to the agent about when it should call one versus about what's available to it, then you don't need a protocol, you don't need a format, you don't need a manifest, you don't need to register a server, et cetera, et cetera. But then remote MCPs have a big leg up on CLIs, right? Because I don't have to have anything on my box and the agent can still do stuff. So I think we'll see this to continue to evolve, and I don't know if MCPs will go away and something will replace it, or whether it'll evolve and find its home for a specific type of thing, and then CLIs will be what we predominantly use for local kind of operations. I don't know.
Yeah. People seem to forget like MCP was not originally for just standard IO stuff. So like the HTTP stuff is going to, I think, still be important, but it's different. I don't know. We know former Microsoft Den, who did a lot of the MCP spec stuff from our side, now works at Anthropic. And a couple weeks ago I was like, are you scared? And he was like, so I probably owe him a check-in. But anyways, derailment aside, I can share your screen back if you want.
Yeah, I did have.
What's on your list still? What's on your list still? We were in the middle of that.
Yeah, so I have, in terms of Java, I have probably 2 more things. So let me do it out of order, I guess.
Sure.
So the Java debugger support is like so stale now. Like on my PR I made, I need to update it. But
wait like a month before you update it.
Do what?
Wait like a month before you update it again.
Okay. But it's still happening. Like the debugger thing is still going on. Like everything's still good with it. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait.
Just wait. Like
we're doing big things in the world of debuggers. So there's there's some ongoing work that we haven't talked about much yet, if at all.
Yeah.
Oh, Fowler asked, does deployment work?
Does deployment work for this?
I have no idea. How do I test that?
Add the Docker package.
I would just run Aspire publish and see what happens.
Well, you don't have a deployment target, but yeah.
Well, that's true, but publish will still produce assets for things that have assets.
Okay.
If they hook that, right? If they don't, then Yeah.
Isn't
could have
doesn't the
Docker
current
compose
integration
What's that?
though like doesn't the current integration though like not something? I remember something Copilot telling me in the integration and was like, it doesn't get deployed now. So I don't think I
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
that it
answer is
probably
no.
did not. But I wonder what's just going to happen.
I wonder what's going to happen. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
Nothing. Nothing contributed to your publish output. That's what happened.
So if you add a Docker Compose environment, like if you Aspire add Docker,
I still don't think it'll work.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm checking like
either.
if it's running.
Because even like add project, a .NET project, if you publish, you'll get a container, even without a Docker Compose environment.
Yeah, but I wonder if you could do the same hacky thing that we do, where you do publish as Docker file and then you just drop a Docker file in there.
Maybe.
Yeah, like we're hacking it.
That would work, just because all it does is it just builds the image using that Docker file. So it's up to you to, if you put a Docker file on it that is going to work, then it'll just work, right? Val is like, add support. Come on,
no.
Copilot.
Add a line in the top of the app host. You have to do builder.add Docker Compose environment in the top of the app host.
Well, I do have 20% usage left.
Oh, all right. Kick it off. Kick that off in a work tree.
Well, I'm
do the other two things while the agent cooks.
Well, I think on the integration, I'm pretty sure I'm everywhere just checking are we in run mode and gating everything. I'm pretty sure. So what should it do? I guess it should actually deploy, right?
Yeah, just have it build a container. That's the easiest.
Yeah.
So the container would just contain the built jar basically, and the JVM.
Whatever is typical
Yeah.
for Docker deploying, container deploying a Java app or a Spring app, right?
Tell it to just as a start, model itself after Node or something.
That's what Val is saying. Val is saying, come on, get the agent on it. What are you doing navigating stuff around? Just tell it to look at the node
David
thing.
N.
Right? I can do that.
Suspiciously quiet when we said debugging. Now is saying implement the Java app host on stream. No.
Yeah, and he's saying we have APIs for generating Docker files on the fly now, so the user doesn't have to bring a Docker file. You don't have to ship a default one. Yeah. You can make your integration just Dockerize or containerize the resource by dynamically building a Docker file effectively in memory. And then
is that in 13.2?
Yeah, it's already there. It's in 13.1.
And is it already on the JavaScript, the Vite resources and stuff? Or not Vite, but JavaScript and Python resources?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's how the file stuff works. Static files packaging works.
Okay. Don't think too much. Ask the agent to make a Docker file for Spring Boot.
Right. Well, I think making the Docker file is easy, right? It's just I'm trying to figure out where do I look in the code.
Just tell it.
You just tell it.
Tell it to look at the node code.
So that's in Aspire, though, right?
Yeah.
That's in Aspire. Yeah.
Yeah, but it should be able to use the GitHub. Can you submod?
No, he's saying use the decompile stuff. He's saying you could use either .NET Inspect or you could use his decompile thing, and you would just tell it the package, and it would just download it and look at it on the fly and figure it out.
I gotta reclone this now. Y'all renamed it.
Oh, it's broken right now.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Leave it will work.
You don't need to do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
The agent, if you tell it the package, you say, hey, look at the Microsoft.hosting.javascript package, and not Aspire.hosting.javascript package. And update the Java integration here to support publishing to a Docker file the same to a Docker container the same way it does. As long as you've got the tool that can decompile, then it'll figure it out. Is what Fowler is saying.
Yeah, and the repo will be fixed shortly. So
we have a ticket open.
Well, Damien and I are having a good time over here. Marshall's just doing things and we're watching. Fowler's on a plane. Jose is in the background trying to figure out why when we migrated the repo, they stopped letting any of us push to it, which is pretty funny. Yeah. And then Seb is in the background with me just tagging him saying, Seb, why doesn't this work? Hey, Seb, why isn't this working? And then he gets a heart attack every time.
I think I think this is coming back to me now. I'm pretty sure the container version of this does publish. So like there is an add Java container app.
But that actually
Yeah.
runs the app in the app host in a container.
Yeah.
So this would run a Java container image.
Yeah.
Like that
So
already
this is like a separate. This is kind of an odd way of doing it. Honestly, I don't think I would do, because we will support this for .NET eventually, and I don't think we will do it this way. Like you wouldn't add a different resource type. You would just have I want to run this in a container.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have deprecated this then, I guess.
Yeah, you can later.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it makes sense that one, if you've got a specialized resource type, which is a Java container app, then that makes sense that would publish as a container already.
Right.
So like for now, like there's a couple ways. You could, if you just want to make Aspire publish/deploy work, you can just you can do what Maddie said. You can just say publish a Docker file. You can manually write a Docker file right now, or get the agent to do unstick it and source.
So like in the
and then it will work. Huh?
In the demo project, not in here, right? Is what you're saying?
In the demo project, yeah. And then if you want to make the integration itself do this, we have APIs for dynamically building a Docker file as part of just the resource's intrinsic understanding. So that when
I feel like we should do it in the toolkit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what you would do, and that's what our Node stuff does.
Is it like hard, or is it doable?
Well, it's not hard if you use an agent.
Yeah.
You point out prior example.
Yeah.
Okay. I have this very simple prompt, like for a plan. Like I said, look at the Node.js or Python integrations.
Yeah.
Let's see what that happens.
See what it does.
I am using just Sonnet 4.6.
Fine.
Oh.
I might want to change it to 5.4 though.
Yeah, you should probably change it. Oh, you're in plan mode though, so it's okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna change it to 5.4. I mean, it's still 1x. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that?
Yeah, that was weird. So the integrated VS Code terminal has a really hard time rendering when there's a lot of scrolling content.
I meant this. What is hidden model 2?
No idea.
A hidden model 3.
That's cool. Do I have that?
I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before.
My model that's got collapsed. That's interesting. Oh, you're in Insiders, right? You're using VS Code Insiders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is just Copilot CLI.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually use like Fowler said, extra high. I usually use extra high.
I only use high. I found extra high doesn't really help a lot on GPT.
Okay.
It uses a lot more tokens. It just doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it depends on the thing. I love how it talks to itself.
Yep.
I'm thinking about doing this, but I should be careful about that.
Well, this is so much better though. Like I really like. I mean, I've been coding for probably 10 years or so.
Yeah.
Maybe even 12.
Yeah.
But in terms of like actually working in software, probably like 6 years.
Yeah.
And I think this has like fundamentally changed how I work, like so much. Like now, instead of me actually just like getting a bug report from a user or like having to do some feature from some business person, like reading it myself, it's obviously like I want to know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
But now I can actually just like talk to an AI and say, hey, give me a plan to implement this. Like here's the spec or here's the bug report. Like find me research, like figure out what other people do and let me know what I need to do. Right. And like it build it, we would do it the plan together and then it would write the code.
Yeah. Yes.
But I've never had to actually like, I've not one-shotted basically anything. Like I've always had like nitpicks in like a review or things that I want to fix, you know, like I never got it to just like vibe code it out, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to turn on YOLO mode though.
Yeah. Just do / YOLO. They added it.
Yep. I feel like IntelliJ, they recommend like using GPT 5.4 now with extra high. I feel like I saw some YouTube video that they talked about it. But honestly, I don't know if I've noticed a difference between high and extra high because I only ever use extra high. I don't think
it defaults to medium, and I just changed it to high, and then I've just read other people saying extra high doesn't change much, so I haven't bothered trying.
Yeah, I'm pretty loyal to Opus because Opus kind of feels like my girl, but the more I watch people use 5.4, the more I'm like, But like Lundo had asked in the chat, like, should you move in general? No, you should try everything and then figure out what you like and works best, and then stick with that for about 3 days before another model comes out, and then you get to do the whole exercise again. So
it's downloading Aspire source code now directly from GitHub,
which may or may not work, but
yeah, actually, it may, yeah, there you go.
Hitting .NET Aspire.
Yeah.
I did say in the prompt I said Microsoft Aspire though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it probably knows the repo.
Yeah.
You could also tell it just to point it at the package for the specific integration you care about, and you can do it while it's running. Right? You can just say, "Hey, use the package and decompile it." Fowler's like, "Use my skill." So Fowler has a skill that you can install that will give the model more context on how to decompile packages.
Fowler says Opus is a doer, 5.4 is a thinker. I go, that's why I like Opus so much.
I like Opus too.
I just smash it.
Yeah.
You know me, I don't read.
Well, I think Opus is, I mean, that's how I work, at least, is like I just get it working and then you tweak it, right? I feel like that's what Opus does. And GPT 5.4 is like some really old guy that like wants to do perfect the first time he writes the code.
Yeah.
But I mean, they both work, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to put the link in the public chat to Fowler's .NET skills with a Z repo. But there's also an official .NET skills repo now.
Yep.
Which I don't think has an ILSpy.
No, it doesn't.
But there are like some more generic .NET skills, if you will.
I just use there's a tool written by Richard Lander on our team that called .NET Inspect. So it's a .NET global tool. You can just install it. .NET tool install -g .NET -inspect, and it's a command line tool that the agent can use to extract ref docs and other information from packages and libraries. And so I tell it to use .NET Inspect. And that's all you do. You just say use .NET Inspect to look at package APIs, and it will use that to use it. It works really well.
That's pretty cool.
I'm gonna try and install this .NET skill.
Do it.
I guess it worked.
Wow.
Yep. So you added the marketplace, but then you have to use plugin to actually look at what skills. So use the marketplace plugin model's a little janky. So if you do, I think it's plugin
install
plugin list.
Oh.
One of them will tell you what's available. No plugins are installed. So you can do a marketplace, then you browse. There you go.
Oh, so I just
plugin marketplace.
You want to do plugin install ILSpy at .NET-skills.
Yeah, there's not super usable this whole thing.
Yeah. There you
go.
Installed skill.
Yeah. So now the skill's available.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I copied the first one, the marketplace ad. Oh, so you have to add the marketplace and then.
Yeah, that's like adding a feed, but then you don't have anything from that feed yet. Then you have to go and actually install the plugins, and the plugins contain the skills. And so installing a plugin will bring those skills in and enable them.
Okay.
Like homebrew kegs too, like same kind of model.
Okay. So it has a question. For the first implementation, should Java publish support apps configured with Maven Goal with Maven Goal?
All of it.
I feel like we should only publish the ones that have a jar.
Why?
Have it create the jar.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, what I meant is like, so with Maven Goal and with Gradle Task, they generate the jar behind the scenes.
Yep.
But I feel like we should actually explicitly package it and then have so no one's going to run Maven. Like you wouldn't run your app with like npm start probably in production, would you?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. But you should make this integration do that. So that if I add Java app with Maven Goal as the way to run it, I would assume that you will imply, is there not a default way to then package it and get the output with Maven? Or is it always something you have to configure as a user?
So if you run like Spring Boot run, it will behind the scenes compile it into a jar, I think, and run it.
Yep.
But typically, like at least in like our CI/CD pipelines, what we do is you run like Maven package.
Great.
And it gives you a jar.
And that's normal.
And then you just run Java jar in production.
So I'm saying you should make the integration implicitly run Maven package. Nice color. implicitly run Maven
got the
package
pink one?
if with Maven goal has
I
been.
got pink crop and purple normal.
Yeah, so explicitly do it. So like if you have with Maven goal that uses like Spring Boot Run or whatever, when you're in publish mode,
Yes.
I think it should just not use that. It should instead run package.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna
And
tell it
just-
that like
If it's as simple as any if the app has had with Maven goal called on it, it basically marks it now as a Maven app, meaning that you can imply safely that you're going to call Maven package on it when you're ready to package it. Then that's what I would make it do. Now Fowler's regressing and saying, "Oh, let's just maybe just start with a Docker file on the demo app first," which is what we said like 10 minutes ago. Never mind.
Should we? I mean, we can go back.
No. No.
But
what you think is right.
It's either we build it up from the primitives, which is what he's saying now, or you just tell the agent brute force it, figure it out, and we steer it as we go.
Yeah, I like this. This is what I would have done in general before. So, okay, so I'm going to say in run mode we should use Maven goal, Maven or Gradle task. When publishing, we can assume to either run Maven package or Gradle. I don't actually know the Gradle one. Gradle package. I think it's also package.
Heller says, "Okay, go." Yeah. Thanks, champ.
Gradle cooldown. There we go. I'm gonna have Copilot figured out because this is too slow.
Yeah. That's what it's for. That's what it's for.
There you go.
Nice.
Yep. Let it figure it out.
Tape measure on the pedal. That's how I learned to drive. But
except like being thrown in the pool to learn to swim.
Yeah. Floor it down. Grip it and rip it.
It looks like it's doing it. I mean, it's thinking.
I do like when it thinks. It's always good.
I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, okay. He wants to go change his shirt? No.
Y'all saw my shirt, right? I have
Yeah, love that. A classic. That's
Right.
I never made a merch channel in the Discord. I just haven't put in announcements. I should do that. Oh, I'll put it in the README. That's what I'll do. Merch links.
This plan sounds right. Like it's saying, like, yeah, publish mode does nothing right now because we have it gated or guarded.
Yeah.
The plan is add publish time Docker file generation. Following it actually says it wants to follow the Golang pattern.
Okay.
And Aspire Python publish hook.
Okay, so it's looking within itself if it wants go.
Oh, so it's looking at the community toolkit. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think that's a bad idea. It might be fine. Although I don't know when the last time that got published at. But yeah. I would say just look at the package. Look at the package. Yeah, look at aspire.hosting.python and aspire.hosting.javascript with the ILSpy skill.
All right. Let's see if it knows about the skill. I don't think I restarted this though.
Yeah, it will. The skills are good, I think.
Well, I installed it in a different Copilot session.
Ew.
And I can't do list while I was running.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Fowler said don't look at Go. He said use Python or Node.
Yeah, that's what my gut had said.
Well, it's hitting Microsoft Aspire now.
Oh, it's working?
Yep. It's hitting Microsoft Aspire.
Wait, does that mean I can start assigning issues to people again?
Oh, it like completely broke the thing when you renamed it?
No. It looks like permissions got all messed up. So I'm like, I was trying to assign something to Seb and it wouldn't let me. And then I was like, they took away my permissions. But they didn't. It's just not working yet. Okay. And then this one.
I mean, this looks good to me.
Yeah.
Are we doing autopilot or no?
I mean,
I don't know if I
YOLO,
trust
right?
it.
Let's do it live.
Well,
Do it
Yeah.
live.
when you use Copilot CLI, do you use it like in terminal, or do you have like a editor tab?
No, I never use it in VS Code.
In VS Code. So you
Yeah.
have like a terminal open. Okay.
Yeah, I usually have a separate terminal. Although when you demo, it is probably better to use the integrated one, so there isn't all the context switching. So this is the move.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like
feel
I
like
have
really
my
like-
my ultra wide monitor, and so I have
Yeah.
like the terminal, Teams, Discord, blah blah blah, and then VS Code's usually the big section. But
This is just saying,
no, that's
yeah.
the new one. That's the new
Yeah.
one. So just leave it there. Inspect it.
I feel like this is a bug too sometimes. You can leave it there.
Yeah. You leave it right there, Sonny.
Well, I really like how when you use it in VS Code, and when it goes to change things, I like that it opens it in VS Code and like shows me a diff.
Yeah.
But that's why I use it in VS Code, because that's what I do. Is like I don't want it to just blindly write code. I like actually watching it like open VS Code. I can see it.
Have you seen the Follow Me extension by our very own Damian Edwards?
I have not installed it, but I think I was there when you announced it on the stream.
I need
Yeah.
to do some fixes to it. So I think currently I didn't write any of the code, but the last change that got pushed, it broke the highlighting. So now when it opens the file, it just always highlights the first line instead of highlighting the actual change section. And yeah, so I have to fix that. The other thing I want to do is it has a side panel so that you can enable recording. So it actually supports like recording and then playing back steps and like doing live rewind and stuff like that. I don't think anyone's using that feature, but what I actually want is just to record the changes as they occur. I think that's a better experience, that it just lists every change that it detects and then enable you to navigate by clicking on it, and then it would just take you to that and highlight the diff.
Yeah.
So I need to just find an hour to go and say that to Copilot and have it update it. Look at that, 200. I haven't been watching. I have 200
awesome.
downloads.
Yeah, 200 downloads.
Awesome.
I was about to say that. I haven't
That's
used
my
this
first
yet.
ever VS Code extension, so I didn't write any code. I just
Well, the docs are great. Did Copilot
it write all the docs.
Yeah.
I mean, you got emojis in here. Surely, definitely Copilot.
Yeah.
wrote them.
Yeah. Also,
Copilot loves emojis.
Jose's in the chat, so everybody drop a thank you, we love you to the actual true brains and muscle and guts behind Aspire, which is Jose. Well, Damian Fowler and I and the rest of the team just cause issues. He's the one who's been dealing with us basically saying, move the repo, it has to be moved by Monday. And him being like, okay. So everyone say thank you.
Well, it makes sense on Microsoft Aspire, so it was a good call.
Yeah. We're thinking about doing our own org too, but Aspire itself is taken by some bank. And we could have done aspire.dev, but it turns out for and you get this too because you're a corporation, like just creating an organization on GitHub is so difficult.
Yeah.
And so there was going to be like so much setup, it just wasn't going to be worth it. I don't even know if we're allowed to do it. Like I think we'd have to escalate to a level that's like so
there is a process. There are processes
Yeah.
for doing it. It's just you own a lot more at that point because GitHub's management is all at the org level. So if you own an org, then you now have and there are internal systems for managing a lot of that stuff, but it's just not worth it. Like everything else that's like us is under
TypeScript,
Microsoft.
Playwright, all those are on
it's all under
Microsoft.
So that's the fine, perfect home for it. It's not a problem.
Before committing.
Yep.
Story of my life.
Because we're on autopilot, so I don't want it to commit something, but
That's true.
as long as it doesn't push. But I'm on
So other people have keep saying they have issues with that. I've never had an issue with it. Like I always explicitly tell it when I want it to commit, create branch, and and then if I want to change in the middle of a session to not do it, I just say just do it locally, don't push, and it's always obeyed me. I've never had the problem. And other people are like, oh my god, it pushed to main. I was like, well, first of all, main should be protected so that doesn't happen. Second, like it's source control, just roll back. It's not a big deal. So like but I've never had it misbehave so far. Touch wood.
I think I've had it push once because I told it to amend a commit, and it was already on the remote.
Yeah.
And so it force pushed to main. But it was my own repo, so I didn't care.
Yeah.
But
this demo I'm working on for Monday, like I've just had Copilot on autopilot. I'm like, you can do whatever you want, my friend. Straight to main is fine by me.
Yeah.
So
but like when I'm opening a PR to like you guys, like Aspire, or like even at work, like I typically don't just like blindly accept whatever Copilot came up with. Like I'm gonna look at it and review it like an actual person would, like in a typical review, have it self-review itself a few times. Yeah. And then when I'm happy with it, then I'll open the PR. Like I don't typically like just push it directly. I want to look at it myself to make sure I agree with the solution too.
One thing to consider is that now that Copilot CLI has a /PR command.
Yeah.
Oh, does it?
There's a mechanism you can do /PR fix feedback.
Oh.
And so what you can do is push your PR. You can mark a draft if you want. And then you can go and apply line by line feedback using the PR interface on GitHub, right, as yourself. And then you go back to the Copilot CLI and say PR feedback or fix feedback, and then it will read the feedback that you gave it on the PR, make the fix and push an update. And so that flow works in cases where you don't want to just look at the code in the local diff. You want to be, and then you have to go, oh, how do I tell it to change this? Go into this file. You can reference files with that and all that type of stuff. Sometimes it's easier just to read it like someone else sent the review and then just make comments and then tell it to fix it. And so I've been doing that for certain types of things.
Well, so I basically do that, but locally, I guess. Like I typically do the actual, I'll type it in the code. Like I'll look at the diff.
That's the problem. Oh, you type it in the code itself?
No. So like here, for example, like we're modifying code in here, right? So I would just like open the diff and in here I'd be like,
oh, because you're in VS Code.
Yeah, exactly.
So it has context.
Exactly. And I basically just like only use Copilot terminal and VS Code. I typically don't open it by itself.
Does it so hang on, I didn't realize it had that context. So if you open a file like a diff like you do here, what do you tell what do you tell Copilot to have it realize that that's what you're talking about for a specific piece of feedback?
I typically mention it. So like I'll say
you manually, fine.
Yeah. It's a little manual for sure.
Yeah.
But
that's why I can't,
Yeah. I would say though, so when other people review my code, this is like kind of a joke with them. At least I literally just joined this team like probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and not all of them are like, I think, on board with AI.
Okay. They're not as pilled.
Yep. So which is fine. It's fine. Yeah. But what I'm doing is like, so I'll push code, right? And they just now met me. Like I've never seen them before. I'm on a new team, whole new department. I know nothing about what they're doing yet, right? I'm learning. So when I submit a PR, it's heavily scrutinized in a good way. Like they want me to understand, like I'm understanding the problem. Here's what we're doing, and my solution actually meshes with their conventions and stuff, right? Well, when they review my code, I didn't know this PR command existed. So I typically just like tell Copilot, like using the like GitHub CLI, like do that, like look at the comments with like the GHPR or whatever, and it does. But
that's exactly what I was doing until they added the command.
When did they add this? This is so much
like last week.
There's so many good changes though. I'm definitely.
I think the one missing. I think I've seen a lot of people give the feedback on what they'd like to see in the workflow that you just did, and I agree. Is that if you're in VS Code, I'd love to be able to, in the Delta view, just right mouse click on a change and add a comment. That is then so I don't have to do the PR round trip to add contextual comments. There's no way to provide comments here. Just tag stuff and then have it picked up by the agent. That feels like a missing opportunity.
Yeah.
That's true. So do we want to look at what it's doing? It looks
so I was just looking at what it was thinking about, but like that publishes Java Docker file is a horrible name. It should just be publishes Docker file.
Yep.
Which is what matches the existing ones. The other thing is that we don't want, in theory, we wanted to do that by default. Like you don't want to have to call a method. You want these things just to publish as Docker, as containers by default.
Yeah,
and
it added that here.
It's added it. My point. Like we don't. Isn't that in the app, or isn't that in the?
This is in Add Java app.
Oh, my bad. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's doing it
It's just that
automatically.
the name is weird. Okay.
Yeah, it should be
That's
regular
correct.
Docker file though, right? Not published.
Well,
as
maybe
Docker
that is the
file.
internal name. Maybe I'm wrong. Is that method internal?
I hope so. Yeah.
Oh,
probably.
it is. Then ignore me. That's fine.
Oh,
But yeah, so it's
there
called
you go,
the Docker file.
Perfect.
So it looks right, I guess.
Yeah, with Docker file builder. That's it. Yep, it's doing the right thing.
It's only used 2 premium requests.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, GPT-5.4 uses a lot less than Opus from what I've seen.
Less tokens or less?
Way less tokens.
Yeah.
Like Opus, I felt like I had a chat session one time, like it went all day, but I swear I used like 100 and something tokens.
Right.
It was a lot. But 5.4, I don't know if I've used it that long. But it's
Did you tell it to do a review, or is it just decided to do a review?
I didn't tell it.
Okay, it's doing a review right now.
That's cool.
Yeah. And this is like a brand new file it added.
Yep. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, and so it's got the images it's going to use. Yep.
So it's going to do the multi-stage. It looks like going to build it with this
Yep.
and then run it with this.
Which is what we do in the other ones, I believe.
Do y'all really
Hard
default
code the image name
though?
like that,
We do default the image in certain ones. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay.
but we just do it like in the code there. Like, do we have a list of images that we've hard coded and
No.
we keep them up?
We
to
have
date?
constants. We usually have const strings that are the default images that we use. Sometimes we separate the image name from the tag.
But like, how do we keep them up to date? Like, do we audit that at any point?
It gets updated every cycle. Jose has a process he goes through.
Oh.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
assuming by now he's written a skill to do it. I don't know, but it used to be manual. You just go through and find every resource we would update.
My king.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
This is probably not necessary, I think, but probably a good to have anyway.
What's it calling it on? Is that inside the oh, that's inside the container?
So yeah, this would be like the Maven and Gradle wrapper scripts are
Yep.
just like shell scripts, right?
Yep.
But when you clone it, like
Yeah, it may not be
don't know.
marked executable.
yeah, like I know there are typically like Git attribute files.
I'm assuming it's done that because we do that in the other one. I would be amazed if it just did that of its own volition. I'm
Yep.
assuming it's copied that
That's
from
what
what we
y'all
do in the other ones.
I am interested though, like app.jar. I don't know if that's gonna work.
Mhm.
Like we're gonna have to like find the jar, probably
Right.
dynamically.
Well, especially because it says if the resource.jar path is not null, then it says the jar path. Wait, what? Copy. That's fine because it's copying the jar path into a hard coded jar.
Oh
file
yeah,
name.
okay, I see.
Yeah, that's fine. This is it's doing its.
Yeah, I didn't even see this. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's copying it to app.jar.
Yeah, it's copying it to the out. Yep. And again, I think we do kind of similar stuff. That feels like it's part of the build stage.
So it's finding it. What? So find by not sources.
Find jars where the name is not sources.jar, not Java doc test, blah blah blah. It's a
Yeah,
bunch of
this is great.
heuristics.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, because
We'll
you could like Java. I don't know how .NET works, like with sources, but Java you can have like you can build a sources jar, which is your source code.
Mm.
And so like if you, for example, like ship your jar
Yep.
and the sources jar with it, people can actually debug and like basically read your actual code as opposed to like decompiled code.
It's a bit like symbols in our world, I guess, shipping the debug symbols.
Yep.
And then we have
Yeah.
source link for how you typically do source association. So, but that doesn't ship the source. It just ships a pointer effectively to the repo and the ref. I mean, so it's doing something. Now it's running tests.
Yep. And here's the test. So like it looks like it's adding Java app. There's the path to the jar. So this is like the non-Maven version.
Val is saying, I don't think I've ever seen a Java Docker file. I think he just means in like he's never looked at a Docker file that runs a Java app in his life. Because
it's just going to end with Java-jar blah. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It'll just ultimately run just like .NET ones, then with .NET, some DLL, or the exe name that was produced, the executable name.
Right.
If you did a single file or use what we call our app host. That's an overloaded term. .NET uses the term app host to mean something else.
I do wonder how. So you mentioned GraalVM earlier, which So when you build Java normally, like you get what's called like an executable jar, right? You do Java-jar and it runs the app. Well, in GraalVM, you typically get like an executable, right? Just not a jar. You just run the executable.
Just like .NET Native AOT.
Yeah. But how would people do that today? Like if I wanted to use GraalVM to like publish an executable as a Docker file.
Yeah, well, it's a different build chain, right? So like my understanding is very similar to native AOT. .NET has this concept of publishing, and you can opt into publishing as native AOT. And when you do that, it just adds a whole bunch more stuff to the build chain and changes the output. So instead of outputting the native app host and then the managed IL, DLL, and all the other ones next to it, where the app host would be set as the entry point in the case of a container, or the entry point would just be the .NET host, and which you typically won't do with a container because you don't have the .NET hosting stuff installed. You typically just have, you might do, like, because you might have you typically won't, like you'll have a base layer and all the kind of stuff. So like, my guess would be, and I've never done Graal for real, but my understanding is that you opt in. Like the Graal projects look different because they're using the Graal VM, they use the Graal chain and.
Right. Well, I guess I mainly was asking, like, from this Docker stuff that we're doing, like, I don't know if it would actually make sense to publish an executable GraalVM image, like, as Docker file. If that makes any sense?
You would. So it would be the same. I mean, the way it works in .NET is we use the .NET SDK to produce the container. Yeah. And so it's not a layer outside of it. Like, and so the .NET SDK knows if the app is doing publish AOT, and if it is, then it chooses a different base image. The one that doesn't have .NET in it, because you don't need it when you do native AOT. You need the native AOT prereqs. And so I don't know if you're using Maven and Graal, it's similar, where you still just call Maven package or whatever it was, and you've configured your Maven project for Graal so it does the right thing. I don't know how the container stuff works. I'm going to guess that there is some like Maven container packaging thing. I don't know.
So I think with Graal, like I was working on another app which I think is on this computer. Yeah, so like this thing, which is just a CLI, like, but when you go to compile it, this is using let me make sure my Java version's right. I should be using with Graal, you have to use their JDK.
Yep.
So like I'm using their JDK already, and which is fine. But when you go to compiler, like typically you would just do like package, right?
Yep.
But with this particular project, it's a multi-project thing. So like I have CLI and core, but you basically run like project list CLI is what I want to run, but then I'm gonna run with the native profile.
Yep.
And then I'm going to say package.
Right.
And this would actually build an executable. But my main question is, like, obviously the user can now specify this like already in their app host, right, with args.
Yep.
But they can't build a Docker file that runs the executable. It would run the jar. Right.
Right. And so that we have methods that they can call to change the entry point of the file of the Docker container, change the image. Yeah, but ideally your integration would support like to do the right thing, right? So maybe you would have a method. It would either detect that the package, the Maven project is configured to do Graal, if that's possible. Like there's usually, I would hope there's like some opt-in thing that you can look at and just read and go, oh yeah, this thing is set up for Graal. So when I package it, I need to make sure that I create a container that's going to run the exe, not the executable, not the jar, right?
Right.
But if that's not possible, then you'll have to add a method that they'll have to call to trigger that behavior.
Yep. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. I mean, I know I would want to use it like that. That's just a CLI. But you can AspiriFri a CLI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
So like I can have like Repel and everything work and like it show up in the dashboard with the logs and everything.
Yep.
I do that for like single file C# CLIs, file-based C# CLIs all the time. So
I'll have to do that because right now that like so for FedEx, like we use technology. I guess it's not private. I hope it's just like so for like our stories and our work, right? We have like agile. We're all agile basically. But we don't really use GitHub issues and like that stuff that much for like our actual like business requirements. We use something called like agility. And so what I'm actually working on, like the reason I asked you the MCP question is I'm actually building a CLI for agility. They don't have one. And I want it to basically just say like agility story view, blah, like just like you would with a GitHub issue, right? Give a GitHub issue to Copilot. But I think I'm going to have a lot of API calls probably to them. And it would be nice to have like that tracing and logs and all that kind of stuff.
Looks like it's done.
Look at it. It's done.
Done something.
So I created a Java app, publish, added a test. It built it. Should we try and run it? Aspire publish?
Aspire publish, the demo app.
Oh wait, is this publishing everything? How do I publish just the Java app?
Well, just your app host, right? Where's the app host?
Oh yeah, it's in examples.
Yeah.
So I just go under that repo or this folder.
Just go under that where that app host is. Yep, there. As long as it'll find it unless you have a config file, and then it's going to use the config file.
Okay, fire publish. And I don't think we have Docker. Did we add Docker to this?
No. So it did something.
Did it?
Didn't do a lot. Nothing happened. There was no
I think
step.
this is the same as last time.
Yeah, there's no steps. So the method it added, it's not something you have to opt into, right? Like we said, when it said it made these changes, didn't it say that it should just do it now?
I think it should just do it. So it added
file builder.
Java.
Oh,
yep, it added this.
That's static. Yep, and that gets called.
Then it called it in add
all
Java.
of them?
That's a good question. Where is publish? Okay, so I added it to. Yep, this one.
Add Java app.
So that's the main one. So it added it there. That's the so this is the old one.
Oh,
one that's deleted, and it added it here.
You can probably tell it to remove it from the old one. Yeah, the one that was obsolete.
Okay, so with Maven build, is this a thing with publish build annotation?
Yep.
So that's how it works. Like you give it an annotation and it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like one of the fundamental building blocks. So that when you run publish, this is my understanding. This is how you like hook into the publish stuff.
Right. Well, I know that like the annotations like I use for like the wrapper, for example, but I wasn't sure if publish worked the same way. So I guess it does. Okay. So then let me see what this does. So this is also private.
You can run publish with just up the log level as well.
Okay.
And total output more. I think it's dash log level space debug. Yep. Log dash level.
Oh.
Yep. And then do debug. Yep. So there should be more stuff.
A lot more stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna search for Java in here.
There's no pipe. Like it just like has not hooked in at all. Fowler, what are we doing wrong?
He's dealing with the repo right now.
Yeah, I see.
I made him close YouTube. I said, I need you to go put your badge on the table and tell people to figure this out. It's like, I'm Fowler, fix my problems.
So it does have, so this is the is run mode thing that I had before. Let me look at the diff again. Okay, so it added publishes Java Docker file. Does this actually do what it's supposed to do?
No idea.
Oh. So it's just returning if there already is a Docker file. Okay, there's not one though. I don't think.
Right.
Let me make sure. Yeah, there's not one. Okay.
Yep. Otherwise, because publish as Docker file will just use your Docker file if it exists.
Yeah. Okay. But then now it does this.
But now it does this, which is like we're going to build a
one for you.
Build one for you. Exactly.
So this should be null. And then, I mean, does this look right? I haven't seen this API before.
No idea. I've never looked at the source for this stuff.
I don't know if it feels right.
It feels right.
Yeah, I mean, like builder from work directory. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's calling it.
But I'm not so, well, Is it? Did we see anything that indicates that it's calling it?
So,
Like, I mean, when you actually run Aspire publish.
I don't think so. Can I debug this?
You can add a flag to your invocation of publish. I think it's -- wait for debugger.
So just here I can say like wait.
-- wait -- debugger, I think is it. And then it'll print the PID, and then you can attach your debugger. And once the debugger's attached, it'll.
Oh, so I can't just do a breakpoint like right here.
You could do that manually if you went and created a launch.json file that set up all the right stuff, right? Because you need it to run publish, not run mode.
Right,
Or
right.
deploy, right.
Let me see what it outputted.
Foul is saying Aspire do build.
Aspire do. Aspire plus.
So it's executing the build step. This will tell us whether we're actually participating in that step. Oh, look.
Oh.
Container
That's
run.
better. We actually got errors. Okay, so you need to run Docker.
So I don't think I have Docker. I think I have Podman.
Okay, so we should figure that out though.
It should.
But I don't have Podman desktop. I just have the CLI.
Oh God. I have no idea. David Negstad, are you watching? What does he have to do to make that work? Make it. What does he have to do to make that work?
Real quick.
I feel like you need.
Don't you have to set an environment variable if it doesn't?
This is when I actually use Aspire Doctor, right?
Does Doctor?
Oh, David N. Podman. Do you need Podman desktop or just the CLI? And then how do you set it? How do you tell
because
Aspire?
he's getting an error when he does Aspire do build saying the container runtime's not running. You have to set the file is saying you need to set the runtime.
Podman CLI should work fine.
What does that
There's
mean?
an environment variable that you set.
Oh.
As long as Podman is healthy, it should
probably know
work.
that. I don't know what environment it is.
I'll look it up.
Try Aspire Doctor. All right.
Yeah, try Aspire Doctor for sure.
All green.
Podman detected and running.
Oh.
Show us the error again then. Do Aspire do build.
I'm doing it from the. Oh, let me go back.
Doing it from the wrong place.
Yeah, I gotta go back to the example. I open a new thing. Add post. All right. Am I wrong? Yeah. Okay. And you said to do build, right? Do build.
Oh, he's saying publish time is doing its own checks.
That's not good.
Fowler just said, and I said,
Is he still on a plane trying to help us?
Container runtime Docker is not running. It's not picking it up. Do we have to set the environment variable just to force it? Yeah, let's set the environment variable.
What environment variable?
I'm looking it up for you. It's in the docs.
Ask the agent.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
What are you guys, real engineers?
Okay. So you need to set Aspire _ container _ runtime equals Podman. So export that.
Oh, I have to export it? Okay.
Yeah, it's an environment variable. Yep, then run it again.
Oh,
that's better.
Building image.
So that's a bug. That's a bug, right? Because Doctor said everything was fine. It was detected, but turns out Aspire do build is doing its own detection and it's not picking it up. So we should fix
the bingo
that.
board, right?
We should fix that.
Yeah.
Bug found.
Look at that. It did something.
So
build web app.
Where do I look and see where the image is?
It goes into a default location, doesn't it? So if you look in the repo.
Oh, okay. I thought it would have gone to like some like Podman thing.
Don't know. No idea for Podman. I think it's what it does for Docker. You'd end up seeing them in your local image store. unless we output tar GZ's.
Oh, there it is right here. Right here.
There it is. It is there. There you go. It worked.
How do I run it? Podman run.
The image, we found the image, Fowler. It's there. So that means the build work. So then the question is, yeah, it's in the registry. So then publish basically does the same thing. If you run Aspire publish, I think it's just shorthand for Aspire do build now.
Okay.
If you want deploy to work, you would then have to add a target compute environment. So you would add like Docker Compose to your app host, and then it would output. Yeah, so you try to deploy it. Well, deploy won't work right now because you haven't got a target. So if you run Aspire deploy, it'll tell you there's nowhere to deploy to, and then you can add Docker Compose to your app host, and it should work.
So that would be on that demo project, right?
Yeah, on the yeah. That's all to do with the demo project.
Okay.
Publish just emits files, right? So Aspire do build, which is effectively the same as publish, just produces assets. In this case, it produced a container image in your local Podman registry. Deploy needs a target. So you need to add the Docker Compose compute environment. There's like a Docker.
Yeah, I think I added it.
Oh, you did? Oh, it's there. Yeah. So now on line 10, just do or maybe after parameters. I mean, it doesn't really matter where you do it. It's up to you. But it's build add Docker Compose, I think it is. Docker Compose environment. There it is. Give it a name. Just Docker. Yeah, that's fine. That's it. Now run Aspire deploy.
So how do I run this though against the build that I just did for the toolkit?
What do you mean by?
So the changes we made, I need the changes that we made in the community toolkit, right?
Is that, I thought this was in, is this not in, I thought this was a project in the same repo.
No.
Oh,
I can make it be in the same repo though.
It's usually
so instead of this demo, let me move back to here and use the example.
I mean, you can
remove
the package references and change them to project references, and
there is an example here I can do. Okay, here in the app.
Add it in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were working in one of these.
No.
Sorry, my bad.
I should have been. So just anywhere, right?
Yeah.
I don't like to have Docker here.
Yeah, so you'll need to add the Docker package, Aspire hosting Docker, and it's
Docker. Yeah, we did actually find the image, Alex.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Okay, so it said it added it. Oh, it added it to.
Oh, you did Aspire add Docker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's because it's using CPM. That's fine.
Okay, so it's fine there.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The repo is using CPM, so that's what it's going to do. All the sample projects are obviously still using it as well. Yep. So now you should be able to do it.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
And now
run Docker deploy on that.
I need to quit closing these terminals. Keep having to move over to them. All right, Aspire deploy.
Yep, right. And in theory, you could have used the Aspire VS Code extension. You just leave program CS open, which you should rename to apphost.cs while you're there, or they should all be apphost.cs. And then you should be able to use the command palette to run Aspire deploy in context of that app host, is my hope. Maddie?
Oh, I gotta set that thing again.
I believe so.
Oh, yeah, then you'll need to set, yep. So you probably want to set that machine wide if you can when you get a, yep.
Actually, I need to do it above this.
Oh, it's fixed in 13.2 apparently. All right.
CPM, yeah, for update looks like nice. And add.
I would say Podman, right, for it.
Yep, just Podman. Yep.
Thank you. Aspire deploy, right?
Yep. Will that get picked up in this terminal session, or do you have to reload your
I need
profile?
to rerun it.
Okay.
It should actually be picked up though. Yeah, it's there.
Nice.
All right. Examples Java. I do love this type of head, although it's not working for me right now. It's because I
In the
turned
VS
off.
Code terminal?
Yeah, well, I turned off, like, in order for this to work, like by
Yeah.
reverse search, I turned off like terminal chords, I think is what they call it. Because otherwise it just doesn't work. Like Control R does like the VS Code Control R. But anyway. Aspire deploy. I just got a fresh water delivered.
Oh,
Published M completed successfully.
Okay.
Docker Compose YAML. Publish
So where is it
API app
pushing?
completed successfully.
Where is it pushing to?
It'll create compose file in the, what's it failed? Oh, Docker's not running because you don't have Docker. So hang on. You can't create Docker Compose output if you don't have Docker available, I guess.
But Podman supports Docker Compose, I thought. Is it because do I need to reclose, like close VS Code and open it up again or something?
Try it. It could also just be a bug.
Oh.
We don't have those.
Okay, so just close it.
Because it's trying to start Docker. Do your close and reopen to make sure that it's taking. But it could simply be our Docker Compose support doesn't support Podman, which would be a bug.
I love how it reopens everything, by the way. Like it reopens Copilot.
It tries.
Right? But
Sure
I can't.
tries.
There we go.
Fowler says, "Oh, laugh out loud." I remember this. Deploy fails when using Podman without Docker Compose.
Oh, come
There's
on.
a bug.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, it
So
wrote the
he's
file,
going to
like,
explain
reload
it to
the
us.
file. So put it in Aspire output.
Yeah.
And app.
By default, you can tell it to go somewhere else, but
Oh, so it deploys the dashboard too.
yes, by default, Docker Compose does. The Docker Compose environment will defaults to putting the dashboard in there.
Okay.
So yeah, what Damien said. So our Docker Compose support doesn't understand Podman. That just seems like a missing feature.
If I enable like Docker compatibility, does it work?
Possibly.
Because I think
Yeah,
there's a way.
there is an issue. It's issue 13315. Aspire deploy fails when using Podman without Docker Compose, which is what you're doing. So yeah, if you run Podman in Docker compat mode, it will work apparently.
All right,
this is the issue. So you should put a thumbs up on that issue. There's 5 people who have done that already.
Only 5?
Yeah.
Wait, which issue is this again?
Let me just sign in. For some reason I'm signed out of GitHub.
Oh,
which is
Jesus.
really annoying. Because I haven't been here for 4 days. I've been in the office. So, why did it not take me back to the issue I was looking at? Let's go. Here we go. Oh, for God's sake. I'm being redirected. Oh, this could be a nightmare. Hang on. That worked. Okay. Issue 13315.
1315.
No, let me 13315. 5 digits. Podman is like mad cats.
I'm going to have to ask Copilot to enable Docker compatibility.
Yeah.
Enable. Wait. Fix it. There we go.
Mad cats. Oh my God.
Okay, I found it now. I'm gonna upload it.
Nice.
I mainly use Podman here. Like I actually don't need to use Podman on this computer, but like at work, like we have to. We're not allowed to use Docker for like licensing and stuff.
Yep. So the alternative is you can add the Azure. If you've got an Azure account, you can add the Azure ACA compute environment and deploy to that instead.
Yep. I am really going to ask them to let us do a Aspire deploy in our CI/CD pipeline, because that would be great.
That'd be sick. I will force you guys to write a blog. But
it won't be me writing. It'd be some probably person in marketing.
That's fine. That's totally fine. I'm happy with that.
Let me write it down before I forget. There was something else that we were gonna do. Aspire deploy. All right. What's this doing? Yeah. There. Are y'all ready for Aspire Conf?
Nope.
Not at all. Luckily, there is another 3 days before we have to worry. 2.5 days before we have to worry about that.
I'm excited for it. This is the first one, right?
It is the first one. It is the first one. And we have some really good sessions. Like, I've been reaching out to everybody the past couple of days, like, you good? You ready? And the founder panicked me yesterday because he was like, nobody's going to be using like Aspire 9, right? And I was like, no. And then I was like, I guess I'm going to message everybody again and make sure.
Just to be sure.
And then I was like, if you want to get onto staging, you can. I'd just use daily because then you don't have to worry about dealing with the staging thing.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a bunch of people demoing from daily on Monday, but whatever. So
the secret is we have our final build. We just got the text from Jose 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We have our final build ready. Which we did thankfully before we moved repos. It moved orgs on GitHub. And so the release for Monday, the bits are ready.
And it looks like the Git people.
Yeah, they're working on it.
They're working on it. Although the only person who has access to the GitHub Slack on our team is Fowler. So poor Jose is going to have to channel everything through plain Wi-Fi Fowler, which is truly my worst nightmare. We will write a book about this, but this is AspireConf. So the best part about AspireConf, I had put it in the chat earlier, is when we said at .NETConf, AspireConf 2026, and by we, I mean I, that was my first ever Scott Hunter moment. Scott Hunter, who famously would announce things on stage before the team or anybody had agreed to them, just to will them into existence. I'm very proud of myself. But we, in the keynote, not in rehearsal, or I said it as a joke in rehearsal, and everyone was like, haha. And then during the actual keynote, and I was like, and AspireConf 2026. And afterwards, our marketing guy, who had just come back from a 3-month sabbatical, who's an absolute doll, he goes, hey, so what's this AspireConf? And I was like, doesn't exist. And here we are. So, yep.
Only 4 months later.
Only
5 months later.
December. Sheer will. Yeah, December, January, February.
4 months. Sorry. Date math is hard. I have to use my hands when I count months.
I'm just going to install Podman Desktop right now.
Okay.
What I just found out is that...
So that you can do Docker compatibility mode? Or...
Yeah, I don't think the CLI supports that.
Okay.
Did it open? No? There we go. I don't want telemetry. Surely this is not necessary, but I'm just going to do it. Okay. What? All right, there we go. Settings. I think it's under preferences. Yep. Enable.
Okay.
Docker compatibility. It says socket not reachable. Maybe it takes a second. It says it's running though. Yeah, it says it's running. Oh, here we go. Yeah, use that one.
Can you hit refresh next to that? There's a little refresh button next to. What's that do?
Oh, it still says yeah. I'm just gonna assume it works. Let me close VS Code again. You know, I always thought these like live deployments were like so exciting, but it's like doing it myself is like a little bit nerve wracking.
Yeah.
What's even happening?
You just have to embrace the chaos.
Right.
Embrace the chaos.
So Aspire
That's
deploy,
kinda
right?
on the bingo board.
Yep, Spire deploy.
All right.
If you're in the right place, yep.
Yeah, I'm in the Java folder.
Yep.
Apples folder. It said build completed. Pushing.
Now it's doing the push and the build. Now it's doing push
That's
of the containers. That NuGet thing's so annoying.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, cannot start process. Yep.
So it's actually trying to start Docker.
It was, yeah, that's what Docker compatible mode of Podman does though.
Oh, I think I need to set that socket environment variable thing. Don't I? Do I need to set Docker host? Docker host? Do I need to set
You
that?
might need to undo the environment variable you set that tells it to use Podman.
Podman?
But this doesn't use it anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't matter. See what happens. Like you should be able to run Docker now. If you just type Docker, like the command line.
I don't think that's how it works though.
I thought that is what it did.
I thought it does. I thought it does it through the socket. I think I need to set. I think I need to set that environment variable.
I'm pretty sure like the Docker Compose publish support runs Docker, and so when Fowler said run Podman in Docker compatibility mode, the assumption is that that means you can go and run Docker, and it'll actually be Podman under the covers, but you can run a Docker command.
I don't know if that's how it works though.
Okay, he's saying no, then it's thwarted, then it doesn't work. It won't work.
Oh Jesus.
Our stuff,
Yeah,
like this thing just doesn't, it just assumes it can run Docker on the command line. It won't work. There's no way around it.
Okay. I mean, I can install Docker though.
I mean, you could. Yeah,
I mean
that's what
well.
the issue says.
Look, Podman Docker. Wait,
The issue
emulate
says the only
Docker
way
CLI.
around it is to install Docker Compose.
Wait, emulate Docker CLI using Podman though.
Oh.
Oh, that's what I
Can I
thought.
install Podman Docker instead?
Try that. See what it does.
Podman Docker. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, we're just gonna randomly install some dudes.
Well, it's in the official.
Why not?
It's in the official Arch repository. So.
Oh, then it must be legit.
Oh.
Yeah, it must be. All right, I'm gonna not close VS Code again and just see what happens.
Docker. Just type Docker.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Look at that. Missing command, Podman command. Perfect. And it just maps Docker. It looks like it's just an alias.
Yeah, we might want to. Yeah, here you go.
Perfect.
We should probably mention that in the issue, or I can.
Yeah, we could add that as a comment once it works.
Right?
Once it works, yeah.
If it works, yeah. All right, examples of a. All right. Fingers crossed. This should work though now. I didn't realize y'all are actually executing Docker. I would have figured that you would use the socket, which is what I was talking about the Docker host thing, but the command works the same. I needed to install that evidently.
Oh, what did it fail? Closer. So Docker Compose
only one.
up is what failed this time.
Exit code
Is
1.
there a log from it? Scroll up further. Completed with errors.
I think that's the only error. Yeah.
Oh, so it just returned a non-zero status code. So can you now go to Podman desktop and look if there's a compose running?
Where do I see that?
No idea. Never used Podman. What's in containers?
It looks like just the
Postgres.
yeah.
What's okay? So it actually did fail. Maybe run deploy with.
Here's all the images it's building.
Yeah, the images that's separate to the compose
Okay.
step, right? Each image gets built individually, and then what's failing is it's trying to do compose up to start the compose environment. As compose is running, it says it's active. It says yeah, so it did what I said. Go back and run it again with log level debug, and we'll see if we can't. Yeah, and as Fowler said, like we could ask the agent to do this. We could say, hey, we're trying to get this working locally with Podman, but it expects to be able to run Docker. We installed this thing, and we're getting this error. Can you run it with log level debug and figure out what's going on and see what it does? It
would have been way faster, yeah.
Yeah, and especially if you use voice to text like I do, because then we would have been done by now. All right, so we got to go up to where here. Unable to get image. There you go. Aspire deploy. Failed to connect.
All right, so now we're going to tell Copilot to fix this, right?
Yeah.
In theory. But that image is in your registry, right? Didn't we just see it?
I don't think so.
Can you do a...
And does that say failed to connect to socket?
Oh, maybe that thing is wrong. Maybe that is that thing that it was telling us that the socket's not working, it was correct.
Oh. How dare it? Aspire describe? Aspire start? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, I don't see the deploy image in here.
Which it will be the same. It doesn't look any different to when you ran publish or do build.
It said something about deploy though.
I was gonna watch.
Where's that?
Aspire deploy.
Oh. Fowler, what is the aspire-deploy image? Why is it called? That's just a tag, right? API app is the image name. There should, and it's saying it's expecting a tag called aspire-deploy that timestamp. It looks like.
We need
so do you have an API app image at all?
Yes.
I thought we did see that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like API app.
What can you show? Yeah, so there's there. Oh, look, there's the tags right there. It's aspire deploy. They're all there.
Okay.
And that was about a minute ago.
It can't connect or something. Be able to connect to the Docker API.
Yeah.
I think
the image is there, but didn't we see that thing in the Podman desktop was complaining about the socket not working?
Yeah. Yeah.
For the emulation. Yeah. Where was it? There. Socket not reachable. What does that mean? Ask the agent. Like at this point, I'd be asking ChatGPT to fix this for me.
All right. I feel like on my work computer, I think I had to set Docker_host to like this thing.
Oh.
But I'm trying to remember.
Interesting.
The Copilot about to come back with it or something. What?
Wasn't
the name default? Is he saying Alex? So there were two. Wasn't the first image executable resource? Wait, what? I mean, at the moment, it seems fundamentally the issue is things trying to communicate through the socket aren't working.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like the images are there. And the error.
And the error says like it can't connect, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you need to YOLO this.
I do.
Now it's running it. Good. So it'll get to see it at store.
Yeah.
Val is just like, time to install Docker.
Honestly,
We'll see if that's what it decides. You just did YOLO. Maybe it'll install Docker for you. It said, fixed it.
This error is annoying. I'm just going to turn it off.
I don't know why it seems like every time you run, I think what's happening is the C# dev kit is detecting changes because we're building. So it's seeing file stamps change. So then it tries to run a restore, but you're in the middle of running a build. This is like the whole using the CLIs while VS and or VS Code is loaded with .NET causes these types of race conditions and concurrency issues.
Mm.
Well, and I turned off notifications and it still popped it up.
That's a bug.
Yeah, it says it's on, turn on, but it's off.
It's pretty funny.
Now it's thinking about doing work trees.
Yeah. The only time I ever really use work trees are when AI is doing stuff. Do you use work trees a lot or just branches?
I don't use them explicitly at all. I haven't got to that level of like I'm trying to work on multiple things in the same repo at the same time. But usually I'm parallelizing by doing multiple repos. But a lot of people on the team are doing the wider team are doing work tree stuff. And the agent will sometimes just decide to do it.
Right. Yeah. That's when I found out work trees were even a thing. Was I think AI started making them. I was like, what? And I saw like a folder called like repo.worktrees. And I was like, what is this?
Yeah. Our like PM chat for like our broader team. We had a lot of people had this realization a couple weeks ago. They were like, there's this thing called work trees. And Rich Lander, of course, on our team was like, yes, I've known about work trees like thoroughly since, 2001 or whatever. I don't know. He had a whole like spiel on work trees and we ended up debating like the whole thing. It was a pretty fascinating conversation, but I just was like, does it work? No? Yeah. All right, cool. But that's why we have the isolated mode with the Aspire too, is like so that all the work trees can have their own dashboard and it doesn't break everything. So
well, people are even trying to push me to use like instead of git checkout to use like git switch or stuff like that.
Ooh.
And like I think git what was the other one? I can't remember. There was another one that was good too. Yeah, git switch I think just is like checkout. I think it's the same. Yeah, switch branches.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. I haven't used that. I do that all day. I do the whole. I'm in a feature branch.
Yeah.
And then I have to do a fetch. Then I go to the other branch. Then I do a pull. So I wonder if Switch will speed that up for me.
I feel like this is just the same as checkout, but I'm really not sure to be honest with you.
Yeah. Okay. Does it stash current change? Does it have like implicit stashing or anything though?
Maybe it's possible.
Yeah, interesting.
I've only used it like when a Copilot runs it. There was another one that was new-ish that I saw, but I can't find it. I don't know what it's actually doing. So it looks like maybe it's the code that failed. Is that possible? Maybe not. I don't know.
That's possible.
I don't think so. Like it seems
like it reproduced the failure though. It looks like.
Good. All right.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to just installing Docker though if this doesn't work.
I mean, it's probably worth the shot for the science of it, but
yeah, to figure out like why it's happening.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So there's a git restore command too. So basically, git checkout does two different things. So they created git switch and git restore, and they're different. That do those two things independently.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to remember one. So git switch only does branch switching. Git restore only handles file restoration. Git checkout does both for backward compatibility. There you go. I had no idea. I just still did checkout like a chump.
Yeah. Pleb.
I just found out I think like a few days ago. I watched like chronically too much YouTube, as you can probably tell.
So does Damien. It's okay.
I think I just saw a video on it.
I think it's like a boy thing. Like the greatest sign of respect a boy can give you is sending you like a 45-minute YouTube video and being like, you really like this. I'm like, meanwhile, none of my girlfriends have ever sent me a YouTube video, and if they have, it's 3 minutes long.
Yeah, but I don't watch 45-minute YouTube videos at one time. I don't watch any YouTube video at one time. I watch all my YouTube videos at least 1.5, usually 1.8 if I can.
But still,
and I'll jump around if the thing is boring.
I'm gonna sit down and like watch this video that's going to take that hypothetically is an hour of content. I'm like, no, unless it's so fascinating.
You just know where to find the time.
It's searching the internet now for Microsoft testing platform.
Oh, geez.
Oh, Lord. abort. Just tell it to like...
Yeah, say, no, please.
What do I tell it?
You can just steer it.
What do I tell it?
I was going to say, don't cancel it. You can just type stuff in to help steer it.
Yeah.
But you could just say, like, keep investigating, but don't try and fix code. I just want to know the root cause.
Yeah.
Maybe point it at the socket error. Say there's an error there about not being able to connect to a socket, and I see something similar in Podman desktop. Like, is that possibly the issue?
Could that possibly be the issue?
Is that possibly the issue?
That's a good question.
Talk to it like a colleague.
Like a friend.
You know, I do wish there was I think in VS Code chat, you can actually like force send the message.
How would that work? I wonder what the model, like what the agents.
So, I don't know, but like if I like chat with Copilot, here, let me see if I can actually show
it. May just be a UX difference. I wonder if it is actually something different under the covers, or just VS Code chose to.
I'm not sure, like
differently.
But I know. Let me use one of the free models. I don't use my tokens, but if I just said like, hey, I don't know if I'm fast enough, but like if I send a message, I can actually click an up arrow and like send it forcefully. I don't know if the CLI needs that though too.
I just wonder what that's actually doing.
Yeah. Because like sometimes on like some of the longer running stuff, like especially like the Gradle VM build I mentioned, like I'll like try and tell it something. So that's why I just cancel it, because usually it takes too long. So I'll just cancel it and then tell it like.
It won't stay pending for very long usually, because it's just looking for I don't know, like it's just waiting for the stream, I think, to.
I thought it would like wait for the command to finish.
No.
No.
Steering, it doesn't pending till the end of the current thing. Like it just lets you like at the whole until a stop token, right? Like before we had steering, it would the best it could do was wait until a stop token was received, and then it would send you a message. It was just queuing it. This is different. Pending means it'll insert it at the next possible place in the current set of thinking. So.
Yeah,
but I'm curious if the VS Code thing is different.
Yeah, it said it found some some signal, so exactly the error. It is related to the socket, I'm pretty sure.
Good.
Good question mark.
It's decompiled the Docker package. Just looking at the source code.
Oh Jesus!
I mean, it is possible the code is wrong, but I don't.
It is. I mean, plus we're running some Docker shim that goes to Podman, and like, who the hell knows?
Yeah, I need to uninstall that now before I forget, probably.
But I'm just curious. It is curious that Podman seems to be reporting the fact that the socket, is just not working.
Yeah, see, now it's mentioning the Docker host thing.
Docker host. That's what Fowler said. Yeah, someone in the who said that? Alex said that in the chat.
Well, he said it caused issues though.
But then he said it was WSL. So I don't know.
You know, I didn't even consider getting deployment. Like, I turned this off.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider getting deployment working on this before, because I don't think it existed, right? Like, it would be nice to have this though.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna patch it. That's what it says.
What's it gonna do? Go ahead and patch it up. Oh, that's the plan though, is it? Oh no, I'm thinking of using apply patch. What the heck is apply patch? That's a tool. I think, is that just one of its own internal tools for Okay, likely not from the pub. We found that. Oh, there you go. var run docker sock does not call. Yep. So likely it's just Podman desktops docker compat layer. Try export docker there. Try that. Tell it to do it.
Oh, that copy to keyboard was nice. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, that's newish
cool.
too.
So wait, what am I doing? Tell it to set this.
Yeah.
Set that.
Try the export and see if it works. And you can put it on autopilot and then just tell it keep going until you fix it or you've exhausted all.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get a bit worried when I put it in autopilot and I say, keep going until you fix it, that I've basically given it a paperclip problem. And now I've just, signed myself up for complete machine demise. So I usually say, keep going. Like, root cause this unless you reasonably get to a point that you can't do anything else. It's just like I want to add that little bit of.
This looks like it might actually edit my shell profile.
Yeah.
Which is what I was going to do anyway, though.
Yeah, exactly. See what it does.
Closing out the investigation.
Okay. Closing investigation.
It is curious. It's updating the plan. Oh.
That's its internal. That's just what it uses internally to keep track of what the current session is. Your video's frozen again, by the way. What? But your desktop sharing seems to be working still.
Yeah. Let me unplug it again.
Made both Docker info and Aspire publish succeed. No wait.
All right, there we go.
Publish succeeds, but it still succeeds even when a host is forced to the broker decompiling. No, we're trying to get Aspire deploy to work, not Aspire publish.
I made it total the wrong thing.
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe. Oh, go. Oh, okay. So Alex is saying that there's a GitHub issue around not supporting Docker_host has been closed as won't fix. So maybe there's just like this whole Podman emulation host thing. But the fact that Podman itself was saying that the socket's not working still is a bit of a,
Yeah, it is true.
Makes it seem like it's not just us.
I do wonder if it's something that, like, on my computer, who knows what comes on a Marching by default.
It's true.
And like, I don't know, like this. So this is the one it pointed to. That's the default that it's using. But I feel like I should use this one because this is the one that like
the screen
Docker or Podman uses.
Uh-oh.
But I don't know what this does. Yeah, but it definitely does say socket unreachable. I mean, I can just install Docker.
Yeah.
Just try it. Just try it. So we say we did.
Just try what?
Just try to install Docker so we can say we did it. And then we'll feel better and or worse.
Yes, I want to remove Podman Docker. That's actually nice. I didn't know it would do that.
Just a reminder, the issue here is we have a bug in our Docker Compose support that it's not supporting Podman. It's not honoring the we say Aspire supports Podman and it should detect it, and it does for runtime, but the publish stuff isn't supporting it. The deploy specifically isn't supporting it. So we do need to fix that. And if that was working, we would have been done by now.
I think my screen share is frozen again too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can either install Docker. If you don't want to do that, you can just change. We can target Azure.
I already installed it.
Oh, well then. And you uninstalled that Docker shim thing?
Yeah. It actually prompted me to automatically.
Perfect.
Oh.
It said they were in conflict, and you had to install one of them. Okay. And we're doing Aspire deploy, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Can you see my screen now?
No.
We'll
Oh, it's
move it
not
back up.
saved. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
We based the button.
Thank you.
We're both doing. All right, there you go.
Okay,
That's
so it's
working.
still failing.
Oh,
still
but now
failing.
it says now you need to set the environment variable again. You unset it. Oh,
Set.
wait. Is Docker on the path? It's saying Docker's
Yeah.
not running.
It's on.
Is it running? Is it
think so.
healthy? What the
Oh,
heck?
so it's all looking at Podman.
Yeah.
How do I tell it to look at Docker?
Do this. Do the same. Do the environment variable and change it from Podman to Docker.
What was it called? Aspire
Spire container.
I put it in my bash RC. I commented it out though.
Yeah. So set it to Docker to force it to Docker, because you've got Podman still installed, right?
I have both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me grab this again.
Podman.
Yeah, I don't. Let me close VS Code again.
I mean, it
And
could
if
also just be
anything,
Spire
from the-
Doctor. Spire Doctor could have a bug too.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, like, if is this an issue like in just a regular terminal? Probably. I feel like in VS Code I did something though. Where am I going?
If that were working, we would have been done by now. It's like the
Yeah,
signs, the billboards.
so
They're like,
true.
if you lived here, you'd be home.
Oh my gosh. Nope. Still not happy.
Let me just uninstall Podman.
I mean, this seems like we have a problem. You should be able to have both installed and set the environment variable to tell us which one to use. That should just work. And if that's not working, then we need to.
Yeah, I said it. Like, let me make
Yeah, I
sure.
know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, I set it to Docker right here.
and can you just verify in the current shell instance? Yeah. So that seems
before
like
before I was using Podman right here.
yeah, it keeps saying Podman.
Yep.
I'm dubious that the Doctor stuff is honoring that. I need David Negstad to tell me, or I need to go look at the code.
I'm gonna send him an invite. Hold on.
But so now this says like I have to start the Docker daemon.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's new.
Do I have to have Docker desktops? I just installed the CLI.
All my DMs with David Nexad are just a variety of StreamYard links over the last multiple months. So I can tell you exactly which streams we had to emergency call him in.
Yes, the environment variable is set. It is set to Docker. We have now confirmed that if we run Aspire Doctor, it says Docker is installed but not running. So
That's probably
how
correct.
do we make it? What's that?
It's probably. I mean, I think that's correct, but I don't know if I.
Oh, wait. Stop the press. Maddie, look at the screen. I thought we cleaned Fowler. Did you miss this one? What am I looking at that's making me go, snap?
Oh, bad link.
Yeah.
Bad
Wait,
link.
Oh, this?
The AKMS link has .NET in it.
.NET/Aspire. That's not our. It should be through Aspire.dev now.
No, AKMS is fine. It's just that it says .NET. Shouldn't say we should be using the one that doesn't have .NET in it.
Yeah, we should. I'm gonna go find it.
Surely someone has searched for the word .NET in the source code.
Copilot might have missed it.
Yeah, so if you've got okay, so yeah, you've got Docker CLI installed.
That's right.
And now you should be able to point the CLI at Podman. So Podman does register like a Docker compatible API endpoint.
Uh-huh.
So you should be able to use Docker host for, as long as the Docker CLI has access to that environment, you can kind of pretend that you are running Docker without.
Isn't
running
that
Docker.
what we tried to do with the Docker CLI
Yeah.
shim that we installed? And then the problem was the socket wasn't working. The Podman desktop compatibility socket was broken.
So, and you have Podman desktop installed.
I just uninstalled it actually.
You just uninstalled it and installed Docker.
Okay. Because yeah, the compatibility socket, if you have both Docker and Podman, they'll race each other, and that's where you can get an issue because they both try to write the socket to the same place. But if you just have Podman desktop, it'll write to, like, trying to remember the path to the Docker socket. There's like a default Docker socket path. It will create one there just by default.
Neither of them were working.
You shouldn't even need Podman desktop. Just Podman by itself on Linux will do the compatibility socket. Can you? Because I've
do we not just have to install the Docker CE?
All I did was just install the Docker CLI.
Right. So don't we need the actual?
We need we need the daemon, a daemon Docker Podman, and we need the Docker CLI.
I thought we were giving up on Podman because specifically the Docker Compose support that we have does not support Podman at all.
So
clone DCP. Shut up, Valor.
you can make it work with because all Podman,
if you have the CLI installed and it correctly uses Podman's Docker compatibility socket, but we failed trying to do that. Like we spent like 45 minutes trying to get that working.
Yeah, because there's also, you have to have the Docker Compose plugin installed.
We did
getting for
Podman.
For Podman, yeah, because there's if you're doing the Docker CLI approach, there's a separate Docker CLI Compose plugin that you need that will not be installed by default on Linux.
And we installed that too.
Did you install the full? Okay, so you did install the actual, because there's a separate Podman Compose.
No, we had Podman Desktop. We had enabled Docker Compose support in Podman Desktop. Then we had Podman's Docker compatibility stuff turned on, but it was always saying it couldn't connect to the socket in the Podman Desktop UI. We ignored that because it looked like it was still working, and then we went over and we installed the emulate Docker Podman Docker thingy, emulate Docker CLI using Podman. We installed that so that Docker as a CLI worked at the command line.
And all that should be doing is doing an ln-s to
basically.
Yeah.
But then what failed was specifically during Aspire deploy, the step that tries to run Docker Compose up, that was failing because then it was trying to pull the image. The image pull was failing because it couldn't connect to the socket. That's what the log said.
Yeah.
And so do you have Docker? So you have Docker CE, the CLI installed right now.
So I installed Docker, this one. Hang on. I just installed this, not this one.
Okay. So I'm assuming that is because I noticed there's also Docker Build X, which
that's for build kit though, right?
That is, but we require build kit for our build.
Oh. Okay.
That is one of the
install that. That's is this documented anywhere? Is this documented anywhere? I don't see this on our docs.
Does code count as documentation?
No. Sorry.
No, it's this is a publish time check that happens, I believe, because there's certain publish build commands that are being run that are only valid for build kit. So
okay, we should definitely
like Docker desktop install. Everything just works because it lays everything out by default.
Yeah.
Docker CE, it's totally modular. Like everything is a separate package. So the CLI,
the daemon,
Compose.
Yes, you need to install Docker CE if you haven't already. Unless we're going to use Podman as the engine. But we don't. You uninstalled Podman, right?
Yeah.
Are we on
Where
Linux?
is Docker CE?
Everything. Howler.
What depends on the distro as well. Every distro has their own special.
I'm pretty sure it's this one.
That probably is. Can you do Docker info?
Oh.
Hey, okay. It is actually talking to
Failed to
Why
connect.
is it still
Podman
looking at
socket.
Podman though?
BuildX plugin is installed. Failed to connect to the Docker API at run user Podman socket. Okay, so it's trying to talk to.
Is Docker host still set as an environment variable? Nope. What tells it to talk to that socket?
Can you do Docker context ls?
Oh, it says context Podman right there. Yep.
There we go. So they have written a context entry. So if you do Docker context default, I think.
Yep.
Or Docker.
do Docker-
There's a way
oh.
to. Yeah, I forget the
Is
exact.
it set or something?
Use Docker context use default.
Then do then do info again.
Just
Just
Docker
info.
info. Yeah.
What did I spell wrong?
Just Docker info, not context.
Oh.
Right. So now it says default, and now permission deniable trying to connect to the API.
It's the classic Docker is running on a different group and your user doesn't have access. Try sudo Docker info.
Oh my lord.
I don't know if I even have. I guess I do have sudo.
Nope. Doesn't exist.
Well, can you check var run docker.sock?
It's similar.
And
It's
it
a
is
symlink to Podman.
And can you check if the Podman sock actually exists?
It doesn't exist anymore. I deleted it.
So yeah,
I can
that's. It looks like this just installed. Oh, you know what? Does your distro use what's your like systemctl, systemd?
I have those.
Can you try systemctl docker? I'm trying to remember my.
You're trying to start the service, right?
Yeah. I think
it should be running now. Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, that should now mean that it will have replaced that socket.
Okay.
Yeah, this needs to be a skill. There needs to be an Aspire skill for getting containers to work when it's not on Windows and you don't have Docker Desktop with WSL enabled. Because everything other than that is a pain in the ass to get working, it turns out.
There's a reason why in like VS Code, VS, like all of the tooling is just like, hey, we will work with Docker CE, but no, we're going to tell you to install Docker Desktop. We're not.
But the fact that you figured all this out because you know all these things, like this could absolutely just be
yes,
skill.
Yeah.
In my defense, I have been playing with Docker since like 2000 and
no, I get it.
So,
but the thing here that you said that gives me pause is the like Aspire expects these things because we know what we call, and so that's the piece of missing context. It's like if we knew that, if that was in a skill or in the docs, the agent could probably figure out at that point. Oh, it needs these, and I need to go and do this. Like all this stuff needs to be working.
And we need to
container tunnel.
Bookmark this point right now and go back and update Aspire Docker with a few extra checks.
Yes.
Should I set this too?
Yes.
Yeah, do it. Because you're on Linux, so you're going to have... This is basically going to be letting Docker containers talk back to your host services, which normally wouldn't work on Linux since we bind the host services to localhost. So this is a fun little sort of proxy tunnel implementation that we wrote that can let all of the different runtimes have nice things.
Great.
All right, Aspire deploy. As usual, all we need to get product truth is to package up one of our team members and ship it to every person.
Correct.
Trust me, at this point, without you guys, I would have had Copilot cooking on it the whole time. So
Yeah. But this is good. We can update Aspire Doctor. We can.
Yep.
I think that this happens enough. We know that there's Docker Compose up. It's the same error.
is it the same error code? I really don't remember.
I don't know. Do it with go up. There's another error in your terminal. Just keep scrolling back. Keep scrolling back. Just what's the red on your sidebar on the right?
Oh.
No?
I don't know.
Okay. It's
No, it's further down. It's it's
that's the
Xcode
one that we saw.
125.
So do it with the log level again, debug, and then we can see.
Yeah, Xcode 125 is the traditional Docker something went wrong
Wait,
error.
what the heck?
Oh, I ran Doctor.
Okay. Someone's saying you need to install Docker Compose. You need to
Yeah,
that's what I
do that separately on Amarchi.
Okay.
Compose is a separate plugin, similar to like
Yeah,
Build
this
X.
needs to be documented. We need to do something. I know it's different per distro, it sounds like, but it'll be good to do something to help.
Yeah.
All right, so I installed it. Let me do it again, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I said, I've only been using Amarchi for just a little while, and I've only ever used really Podman with it. So.
Okay, building, pushing, building the app,
Enhance.
push, build web app, compose up. That's better. There you go. It's working. Oh no, Fowler's realizing we messed up the logs.
What happened to the logs?
So I think those logs aren't supposed to be interspersed like that. Maybe is that what he's complaining about?
Oh, like this?
No, that's Dowell.
That's
I don't know.
That's Compose logs are terrible. Or Docker logs are terrible. You have two options. You can either get a nice, pretty progress bar, but then
But it's working now.
Yeah.
So your app should be running.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep. So here's the
There it is.
example. And then let me do the Java one, which is no public endpoints.
So that means you didn't mark it as external with external endpoints in your app host. So you have to explicitly mark anything that you want to be exposed externally from the target environment. So
oh yeah. So here I would say
with,
like in my example, right?
Yep, there you go. And then just do it again. That's it. Just stay with external. Yep.
And then same thing on the executable, right?
If you want that to be exposed externally.
Yeah.
Yep. So then just run it again. We could do it without debug.
Yeah.
This time now we know it works. Okay, this is a big success though. Like we updated your Java integration to support deployment.
Yep.
Good. It's pretty good.
So your API app still has no endpoints. Oh yeah, look, it does. API app has no endpoints. It just says add project.
Oh. Interesting.
So what is that project?
I actually don't know. So this is this was in the example. So this is like this must be some .NET project.
Yeah.
In here. So yeah, it's this. Whatever this is doing.
Then why doesn't it have an endpoint? That's bizarre.
Implicit endpoints from the.
That's what I'm saying. Like it
launch
should have an
settings.
endpoint if it's a web app in the launch settings. Go to properties launch settings for that one. Okay, and it has a web is using the web SDK, right? If you go to the project file, csproj.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should get default endpoints. Fowler, why do we not have default endpoints after being published? That's surprising. Anyway, the other ones work. The .NET one doesn't work, ironically.
So let's see if it's running. This is running, right? Yep, it's running. So I got this just points you to like the URL. That's what the example did already. So let's see if it works. Weather forecast. Oops.
Who has default endpoints? The API project, that's just a .NET project. An ASP.NET Core projects. Yeah, it has launch settings. We just you weren't logging, obviously. We just did that on the screen. So we went to properties, we went to launch settings, we saw maybe it's the wrong program. Go back to the launch settings. It was an old one because it had IIS in it. Oh, is that the right one? That's not the one you showed before.
Oh, this is the Appos one.
Yeah.
This API project launch settings.
Yeah, that one. See, that is an old, it's got Windows stuff in it. It's got profile. I mean, it still has the HTTP profile, which is what it is using, and HTTPS, and it has ports. That should be using it. I don't know why it wouldn't use it. Can you just do me a favor? Delete the IIS settings completely. Go to that launch settings, because this is ringing a bell. Delete lines 3 to 10, and then delete the IIS Express launch profile.
Okay.
And then do it all again. Also, it's bugging me. You can change line 2 where it says HTTP : change it to HTTPS : There you go. And then he said we can run that and check the dashboard and make sure. Let's run it first.
Oh.
Make sure that when we run this, it has a URL. And so the API app has a URL, and it is the right one. 5051 is the port that was in launch settings, right?
Yep, it is.
All right, so then let's try deploy again. I seem to recall we had an issue at one point that if the launch settings had IIS stuff in it, our launch settings parsing broke. But I thought we fixed that like eons ago.
Eons.
Eons.
Be nice.
Famda asks, is there a way to migrate launch settings to a newer version? Yes, you open it in the editor and you delete anything with the word IIS in it.
That's true.
It still says no public endpoints.
Still says no endpoint. And, but it's not marked external. That's why. You haven't called with external endpoints on it.
Oh,
After all that.
Every single time we do this, we say, oh, we need an analyzer for that. And yet...
I mean, what would the analyzer do, though?
It would say, you don't have anything external, bro.
But that's fine.
Yeah.
It's you only mark it external if you want it external. Other stuff internal can talk to it. The API arguably shouldn't be external.
Like nothing at all is external.
No, that's different. But that's not the case here. We have stuff that's external. It's just the API app wasn't external.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like it worked. I mean, I see, so there's the example. Web app,
this is good. And Fowler's point's correct. We do tell you now, it tells you right there, the app didn't have any external endpoints, which is
it does tell you.
Good.
We did.
We weren't reading it. We just weren't thinking clearly. That's all right.
I don't know if this is my fault or what, but I did notice that even on my other computer, for some reason, it's Chinese characters or something.
Oh, that's correct.
Is it?
Isn't it? Doesn't our app? Oh. Wait.
Huh?
Check the code. Go check that project's code.
Oh, Jesus.
So this is the API?
API. This is the standard weather API app.
Yeah.
Go look at the code that generates it. It's in program.cs.
Oh.
Yeah. So the summary, there's a summary. See summaries.random. So it's printing freezing, bracing, chilly, but for some reason you're getting them as... Look at that. Can you look at that raw?
What do you mean?
I don't trust the browser interpreting it. Open the network.
Curl it?
Yeah. It could it could be a libicu. Ooh, wow. What?
That's Korean too. That's
okay.
Yeah, someone just said that in the chat.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
I don't know. Apologies to
So Fowler says, give it to the agent. Tell it to figure out.
Oh, Jesus.
Seriously, with the running app, say why, when I call this API on the API app, the summaries are rendered in Korean.
Yeah.
but they're English in the source code. Like, let's just make sure, just look at the code for a second, and we're not just like, this sample isn't weird. It's not doing something like strange, is it?
Yeah, I don't
No?
think it is.
Is there
just-
any
this
chance
is-
your browser has like a localization or a?
Plugin
Well, it
or
happened in
something?
curl,
No, he
too.
curled it. He just curled it
has
from
to
the
be
client.
how is like localization handled? Like, is it by default
not.
localizing? No.
No.
Is Omarchi default in Korean?
No. I
Oh,
think
you
it's
ran
how-
curl, right? Didn't you just curl that from the
Yeah.
command
I
line?
did curl it. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
return Korean. Yeah.
No, there's no auto translation or anything like that happens.
Okay.
Hang on, that's no. It's not
What?
the Java app host. It's specifically when you run the API. What's the name of that
Oh, yeah,
resource?
the API host.
The
Yeah, I
API
can go in and
resource.
direct it to the folder.
Yeah.
API.
What? I can't do paths.
I don't know. Oh, it doesn't let you do path completion.
No.
There, oh,
Um.
just choose the project. Yeah, that's fine.
What was it called? API project, I think. Yeah, API project. I'm gonna give it the JSON too. Y'all just like dump it in the screen, or do you do the whole markup?
No, I would just use the Aspire. I would tell it just to run it using Aspire
Oh,
and
use
with the Aspire CLI and let it figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I would
pasted the
talk to
wrong-
it like it's an Aspire user. So I'm running the whatever you've named the resource in your
Yeah.
app host.
Mhm.
I would
I
tell
see what
it-
you're saying. Yeah.
Anyway, so yep. Allow all the things. That is bizarre. I really want to know why.
Yeah, it happened on
You
my
said you've seen
laptop.
this on multiple machines, though, right?
Yeah, it happened on my laptop, but it's also running on Marshy.
See, it's looking in Java files. Hopefully, it'll figure it out. There we go.
Yeah.
CS. This is.
There we go.
Wait, what? It hard codes Korean strings?
No, does it?
Where?
No.
Hang on. What does it said? Go back.
Oh,
Maven?
it's the Java weather app.
Oh, are we looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Can you go to the dashboard?
Yeah, go to the dashboard.
Is this all running? How do I find the link?
It's in the use the tools like you did before, the VS Code tools. The open app hosts.
Oh, yeah.
Your Aspire extension's missing.
Yeah.
Did you uninstall it?
No, I
Oh,
just
there.
took it off.
Oh, okay. They're
So
not
it's running. It's running in Compose though. Does it show?
Oh, hang on. Just run it locally and see if it reproduces locally. You said it reproduces locally, right? When you run it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just run it. Yeah. All right, then
Now-
refresh.
There we go.
There we go. And then let's open it up there. API app,
Yep. And then so it's this
that one. Oh,
And
that's the
then-
Swagger doc. Go to the API, weather forecasts.
I cannot type weather forecast. What port is it on?
You were right. You just clicked on it.
Huh?
That's a 404. Maybe
Yeah.
it's not API on that one. I mean, just open the Swagger and then get it from
there
the
we go.
Swagger.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's just weather forecast.
Wait, that one's working.
So this one is in English.
Okay. Is there more than one?
I don't
I'm so
think so.
confused.
Honestly, this was the example that was in there. So I basically just kept everything and just changed it to whatever the new stuff. The new.
But when
API.
is it? Sorry, where is it saying it said it was in Korean in the source code?
Yeah, in the Java project, weathercontroller.java.
Java project weather.
Yep, sure enough it is.
Have we just been looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah.
What resource is that in this dashboard right now?
The executable.
Oh, okay. That's why. Perfect. I didn't realize there were two APIs, one that is written in C# and one's written in Java. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So that's weird. I should fix that differently.
That explains that.
Yeah, I think the example. I'll probably will update the example too when we make these changes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is working.
Yeah, we deployed it. So how do I stop it? Like, how do I see like where it is in Docker?
You can say Aspire PS. Oh, which one? The one that you deployed?
Yeah.
Oh, then that's now it's on the other side of the fence, right? It's nothing to do with us. We've deployed it. So you would use the Docker tools to Docker compose down or whatever it is.
Is there like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Nice. So I think I had one last thing to show, which I think I mentioned. It was the dogfooding for Community Toolkit.
Yeah.
So I think it fits perfectly now. Like we can open the PR and let it dog food the link.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
Do we want to have Copilot review the changes?
Yeah. Yeah, we probably should. But we can do it after it's been uploaded. We can just run it in there.
Yeah. Okay. Make sure I didn't do anything crazy in here.
I'm sure whatever you did is not more crazy than what we usually do. So like.
So I should just push it to this branch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. And I'm going to open the PR.
Very exciting. I mean, between this and the what's the word I'm looking for? And the coffee cup icon, like, I mean, really.
Did you open that? I don't think I
did.
saw it.
I did. I totally like instantly had Copilot do it. So.
Wait, where is it?
In the Community Toolkit PR list.
Did it already get merged?
Oh, no.
Oh, here it is. I'm blind.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, really? That would be amazing if so.
The first one. Nice. This is cool.
I'm doing really good work. I'm very important.
Well, so I don't have an issue. I'm just going to delete this. Add Docker support. Yep, that's fine. I'm going to do a draft. I don't want Aaron to yell at me. Is my camera really frozen again?
It really is, but it's fine.
I'm just going to turn it off.
Yeah, you can turn it off for a bit. You can turn it back on once it's cooled down a little bit, probably.
I have like, I thought a nice camera, but evidently not.
Like a webcam or like a camera?
It's an Elgato face cam. It's just a camera, like a webcam.
Okay. I might be overheating. That has happened to me before. So,
okay.
Especially if it's over USB-C.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Damien had to help me fix like all of my stuff because I was getting so mad. But
all right, well, yeah, here's the dog fooding thing.
Ooh.
I basically just copied what Aspire had, but it's slightly different. Like it actually does a little bit more, I think.
Okay.
So once the PR is actually like built, it'll actually like automatically configure your NuGet config based off where you download it from. It's like if you're like, for example, like in a repo that has a NuGet config, it'll automatically like update that config to use like the Hive from this PR. It's pretty cool.
Yes.
Copilot did it all though.
So is it like it's similar to what we do in Aspire itself, right? Or how different is it?
Though? Does it update the NuGet config?
It does.
So this one does it too then. But does yours do it like globally, like for the user or like per repo?
Globe for the user. It does it in the .aspire CLI folder.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, this one does it like.
Oh, your screen's frozen too. Hold on. Let me just remove you and add it back, and then see if that fixes it. No.
And my camera's frozen too, it looks like.
Yeah. It's just Linux isn't like, you know, doesn't get it. Just like not a homie. Not a homie.
You get to like things get to run fast and you get to generally have a nice experience, but cameras, no.
Yeah, I was telling Maddie before I think the stream started that I literally just got my camera to work like the night before this.
So good. So good.
Yeah, I think that this one I probably won't be able to test it live since the build failed for whatever reason. But yeah, when you download this, it'll like run, it'll update your NuGet config, whichever's closest, like parent wise.
Yeah.
All right, my camera's back now.
Oh, good. Yeah, there you go. Looking good.
I think that's all I have. That was my whole list.
Wow. Okay, what did we do? We did. First, we updated your Spring app to use the new Java integration that you wrote that got merged like 2 weeks ago. That's in beta still, FYI, for those of you wanting to try it at home. But hopefully it will be shipped next week, whenever we can get a toolkit release rolled out. Then you took us on a nice detour of Maven and Gradle and how all these things work. I really still don't get Maven goals as a term. That really makes me laugh. But okay, I learned something. I also learned what the back was. And apparently, like, I like to say I'm pretty in tune with the old .NET-isms of the world, but it's rare that there's a new one. And that was a new one for me. So .NET framework, disgusting. We migrated to the Microsoft repo, and it's still kind of broken, but it will be fixed. So that's good. What else? Oh my god! Then you guys went down the deployment rabbit hole, and
sometimes with
Copilot vibe coded, sort of. The first pass. So now your Java integration will deploy, and then you all spent a bunch of time debugging that while I was over here trying to get GitHub to make our repo work.
The problem was Podman, right?
Yep. Yeah. Not Aspire. Never Aspire. Not our fault. But that is a good bug to fix. And it worked. And now we have PR. And we changed it to the coffee cup icon.
And there are definitely some future improvements that I'm going to make. Like I know we mentioned the certificate generation to like automatically trust the Aspire cert. Like that's very important. I think we should do that for sure. So I'm going to probably have another PR later for that.
Yeah.
Assuming David, I think your change is right. Like y'all aren't merging that, right? And the Aspire SDK anymore.
The PR to add the callback version, that's merged. That's going out with 13.2.
Oh, I meant the PKS 12 cert generation.
So no, we're not going to do it ourselves, but the change to basically make it extensible is merged. So that'll go out in 13.2. So it's, and I added a test that the test to verify it works generates a Java PKCS 12 compatible cert bundle. There is some code in the repo that you can pretty much just grab one for one, and it should do exactly what we need. It's just basically let's have that live in the community toolkit. But
yeah, it makes sense. Perfect. All right, so I can do that. And I think there's also a concept I didn't even mention. Like Java has a concept of arg files, where like instead of like defining the environment variables on like the command line all in one giant list, we could do arg files. So I'm going to probably plan on supporting that too in that integration.
Sweet.
We did a lot.
David, do you want to tease anything about debugging while we're here? I know that's something we'll have Marshall back at some point to deal with debugging.
I can say that I have a local build that I've got it to the point where working with the VS Code JS debug adapter.
Okay.
So for Node apps right now, I'm able to spin up the app host, not in VS Code or anything like that, just Aspire run. It is setting up debug adapter connections through a new bridge mode implementation I've got. So it's some of the stuff's off in DCP, some's in the app host, but it's basically telling it, hey, here's where the JS debug adapter lives. Here's how we launch it. It is sending all of the debug adapter handshake stuff through initialize launch, and I am now able to set breakpoints from the command line, watch, and like when it hits a breakpoint, it'll stop. I can dump the variables. I've got a bunch of extra stuff. So like getting stack traces, getting exceptions, so you can actually see what's going wrong that way. But I'm hopeful by end of today or sometime this weekend, I will have something where I can go introduce a stupid bug and tell Copilot to go use these and figure out what I have done wrong, and
crazy.
Have it be able to actually get like, hey, here's the exact exception, here's the line it was on, all of that jazz. So yeah,
the debugger support is going to be insane. Like, I know I tried using it when the VS Code extension first came out, and I think I did submit a PR for Java support at one point, and actually I got it working locally, and it was great. Like, to be able to just run and like debug like across apps is just it's so powerful.
Well, the goal for how we're setting this up is, because it's based on the debug adapter protocol, there's basically like every language at this point has a
Nice.
debug adapter debugger implementation. There's one for Java, there's Go has one, JavaScript.
So it's not VS Code specific anymore?
So this is intended to be fully, what basically we call it headless IDE mode, is how we've been kind of describing it. So the idea, once this is all up and working, is imagine just being able to ask Copilot, like, hey, I want you to spin up the app host. There's a weird bug. We're going to go figure out what it is, go attach the debugger.
Nice.
Potentially even, take advantage of Playwright, have the thing just literally like, hey, this page, something's going wrong, go figure it out. It can actually set breakpoints, drive the IDE, and figure out like the exact line that's gone wrong. Oh, hey, yeah, this variable shouldn't have been set. Let's figure out what our stack trace was. Where'd that come from?
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm excited.
It's definitely feeling good getting this actually starting to work end to end from the CLI right now. So
yeah, cool.
Hopefully some cool videos soon, and then a while later some cool stuff checked in.
Yep.
It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Oh my god. All right, Damien, parting thoughts?
It's awesome. I love it. I mean, this is the first time we've done anything in depth on deployment, I think, on AspiriFridays, where we build. Sorry, we're not just using something that already exists in the product. Like, we added support, deploying new.
I see.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we did the Docploy like deployment integration, but
that's true. That's a very good point.
Totally different. This is building deployment into an integration for a language.
Right. Right.
Crazy.
Right. So that was adding a new environment, like a new target, right? And then this was, we've got a new resource type. How do we teach it to participate in publish and deploy? Yeah. The reality is we just got Copilot to do all that work, which was great, and it worked. Like, we didn't have to fix that. It actually effectively one-shotted it. We spent all the time getting Docker to work.
Yeah.
And hitting bugs that already existed or whatever. So
that's pretty good. Some questions in the chat. What did we do? Procrastinate on AspireConf prep. True. AspireConf is happening Monday.
Yeah.
9 a.m. Pacific. conf.aspire.dev, or I guess aspire.dev/AspireConf. There is a keynote that Damien and Fowler and I will be doing. What is the content of said keynote? We have a lot of ideas. I'm psyched too. And it is a big focus on like polyglot, right? So there's actually mostly non.NET content, or non.NET centric content. We have some really fun sessions. Everything is live except for one pre-recorded one by the Windows team because they're in China. The Windows 365 team that does a bunch of like service management. They have this crazy Aspire dashboard. They like built a dashboard that's an Aspire app that is a dashboard for their rollouts, so they can roll out fixes like using agents to like all 400 repos or something insane. It's just bananas. They sent me the video and they're like, hope this is good. And I was like, I need to pull you into every leadership review we have for the rest of our life. And then Pine mentioned, we almost made it a whole stream. Pine mentioned Pine is going to teach Claudia, who's the PM for C# Dev Kit, how Aspire works. And that's going to be our like, get started with Aspire session. So for all of you watching, you're going to see it and be like, I know how Aspire works, but it'll be fun just because it'll be Pine and Claudia heckling each other. So hopefully that at least keeps y'all interested. And then a bunch of other stuff. We are shipping 13.2 on Monday. And so that means the TypeScript app host, what else did we show today that was specific to 13.2? I mean, all the agent stuff,
CLI stuff,
yeah, all that's coming on Monday for reals into stable, and then we'll try and get a community toolkit release out as shortly after as possible.
The VS Code extension features that we saw today rely on the new CLI features, I believe. Yep. So that'll light up as well.
So that's part of it, and then 13.3 will arrive before August, or we'll just go straight to 17 for the next one if it's even half as big as this one. So look out Monday morning Pacific time for the what's new and a blog and everything. There is like a very thorough what's new coming as always, but we won't publish it until we do the release. Marshall, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank y'all for having me. This was a lot of fun.
Enjoy your weekend. And I fully expect when you start using Aspire to play at work to get a message and then tell me why it's not very good.
You know.
And then we'll write a blog about it once it's good.
Sounds great to me.
And give Moose a treat.
Oh, yeah. He's going to need a walk in about 8 minutes.
Perfect. I love that. We nailed it. The timing then. All right, everybody. I will see y'all on Monday. I'm very excited. And bye.
Bye.